Don't worry about it. You don't need to convert C. Just when your character complains about cold, you do that. So today we're going to be playing some Big Ambitions. That's interesting. Oh no, it was the other one we played that's made in Australia. This one, yeah, made in Europe. It's fine. But so what we're doing is the 0.9 update has come out. That is the struggle. And this has added quite a bit of the stuff to the game. It has a new entire segment to the map they've added for bunches of warehouse for doing industrial production and all that. They have entirely gotten rid of the tutorial that was in the game and completely reworked it. There is going to be certain parts of it that will be familiar if you see me play this again. One sad piece of news that happened with the game is with the new tutorial, which really did need a revamp, they did have to re-record all of the voice lines in the game. So, you know, our wonderful uncle here, sadly, his voice has changed. And, like, nothing negative about the new voice actor. They're not bad or anything like that. But there was a certain charm or pizzazz that came with the old voice actor. It's just, unfortunately, the old voice actor did pass away. So, understandably, could not record new voice lines. So you'll notice that the voice actor has changed. And again, nothing wrong with the new person. I think they do perfectly fine. But having you know, arguably one of the main character in the game, having their voice change midway through development is a little derailing. But it is what it is. Circumstances are circumstances. They did rebalance a bunch of stuff. To give you an idea on some of the changes with like the tutorial, when you used to play the tutorial, you would start the city and they'd be like, okay, open a gift shop. Okay, open a fast food restaurant. And you had to do that. And the thing is, there's so many different businesses, being shoehorned into always starting the same ones when you did a new run for a new version kind of sucked. So now it's like, hey, choose any of the retail places and go from there. So what we're going to go ahead and do here is we're going to start a brand new game because that's just what I'm going to go ahead and do. Now, you have custom game and story mode. I actually don't even remember what all custom game has in it. Yeah, so you can just disable a bunch of stuff. For those who don't know, it's not very obvious in Big Ambitions, but you are actually running on a timer that I believe your character lives to be 100, and then they die. But there is a thing where you get enough money that you can de-age yourself. So technically there is a timer. It's just a super duper relaxed timer that you don't need to worry about. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and start a new one. I'm going to choose normal difficulty. They didn't used to have the difficulties, but you get the idea here. You'll have more demands, more prizes. I wish the... Yeah, it's... So devs, I am sad that the custom game disables achievements. I understand why it does. But like, for me, I do wish under the story mode, these things I could adjust, because all of these allow me to have achievements, because I would like to turn up the rival attacks, but I don't actually want to turn up the other stuff here. Like, I would, because like these three here, to me, are grind. Those two on the outside are interesting. So it would be nice to be able to customize the difficulty, and then maybe if you really care about it, sure, have a section down here that says toggling any of these disables achievements. Even that I don't care about. But it would be nice to be able to have a custom difficulty that's not strictly easy, medium, and hard, that I could still have achievements. And like, for example, a game that does this well is Factorio, where like 90% of the achievements are available regardless of how you start, and then there's like 2 or 3 achievements that say, hey, if you turn off this setting, this achievement is unavailable, and it's usually when you make the biters passive. But yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and do with this. So I'm thinking we're gonna go with easy. That way you can progress the game faster. Because like I said, these 3 in the middle to me, that's more grind. Managing to stay profitable in this game is not hard. Should I start with normal? They did a rebalance. We'll do normal. I would like the rivals to be a thing, but we'll start with this. We'll start with normal. It's the default difficulty. They did a rework. I shouldn't go in this with the expectations of previously. So we're going to make our character Money McBaggins. That sounds terrible. I regret that already. Let's see. Why are names hard? It's fine. We'll change the appearance and all that. We'll get that figured out first. So you can, like, change this. Very genuinely, this is supposed to make you more muscular. It seems like it mostly just gives you, like, weird under chest muscles. That's fine. I don't really care. And then you have, like, weight. So, yeah. So I did rework that a little bit. I still need to give a name. I want to say they gave more face options and all that as well, like just the different stuff here. Not gonna put too much time into this part, because half the time we're gonna be running around anyways. Or why not? Change the hair color and styles and whatnot. Most of this is not super relevant. You're running around so much you don't really pay attention to your character all that. Sure. That seems to be a problem you run into with a lot of achievements. Your tweak could even make the more challenging and interesting. Yeah, no, and it's a very common thing. There's definitely a very large segment of developers where they're like, no, the person has to earn those achievements. And it's like, sure, why not? But at the same time, I'm debating if we want to go for something like this. Just the ridiculous handlebars. Okay. Is there a completely unruly hairstyle? No, but there should be. There should be just like, you know, utter chaos hairstyle. Alright, so I gotta come up with that name. Taketh your money. Man, why oh, I forgot, I can still do it close. Why are this always so hard? Yeah, so I didn't add too much. Oh man, I forgot. I was gonna make a run where I ran with, like, a person just 100% like disco. And start with, like, nightclubs and all that. I never did it, though. I started recording it and just too much time. Okay. I got a vibe we're going for. Disco stew. There, we got good old disco stew. Straight out of the 70s. It's not really the right pants, but we're gonna go with it anyways for the sake of keeping things moving. Alright, so we got disco stew. Well, it's my first day in the Big Apple, New York City, and I'm hungry for success. I want to be an entrepreneur, but I don't know where to start. I asked my family's big shot business genius Uncle Fred for some guidance, but he's probably too busy. I guess it's time to figure out how to survive in this town. It can't be that hard, right? So for those who haven't seen this game before, this is a different intro than we used to have. The old intro was that basically you had been living with your grandmother and she passed away, and you wound up finding yourself in New York looking for your Uncle Fred, because you just weren't sure what to do. And Uncle Fred gets you on this, like, serial entrepreneur thing, and all that. Versus this one, they're a little bit more leaning that you're gonna be controlling your own destiny. Ultimately, Uncle Fred still takes care of you. Where Uncle Fred used to be a voice where he's like, gonna go for another round of golfing. that unfortunately, that personality has completely changed because of the change in voice actor. Alright.
Hey kid, it's your Uncle Fred. I just got your message. Congratulations on taking your first big step toward becoming a massive success like me. But remember, you have to earn it. So let's get started. Now that park bench might look like a comfortable place to sleep, but I have a better option for you. A friend of mine owns a building with an empty apartment. Go claim it.
Yeah, so as you can see, nothing wrong with the new voice actor. They're fine. But after having Uncle Fred be who Uncle Fred was for as long as they were, it's definitely one of those things like, but that's not Uncle Fred. It's just not. Meanwhile, I am noticing already with our audio, let's make a quick adjustment. Let's get the global audio down just a little bit. And what I'm probably going to go ahead and do is I will probably turn on some of our own music real quick. Because I think we're going to find ourselves with basically no music in the game. Because there are radios, but the radios are like super not DMCA safe, as I recall. And you can add your own music to it, but then I gotta actually download my music, put in a directory, point it, and all that. Okay, so we can start out. We're going to rent the building.
Very nice, you found the apartment. But it's looking really empty in here. Let's get you a few essentials to fill up the place. We'll start with some food. You can't conquer the world on an empty stomach.
Alright. So, got a couple things I gotta do. I gotta buy fresh food. And I gotta go buy a fridge. Now, keep in mind, our character, this guy right here, 18 years old. Just important little detail you should be aware of, that we are currently 18 years old. This man, this balding man with the mustache and the disco vibe, 18. Alright, so we need to buy a standard fridge. And we'll bring that back. So, like, this is a thing that they're teaching us how to buy stuff and all that. You just tuned in and you're loving those objectives. Buy fresh food, get a standard fridge, place the fridge, eat some food. Yeah, this is one of the things that actually changed with the game, is in the previous version of the game, you got the apartment and it was pre-furnished. So they are teaching us how to furnish our home and whatnot. I am struggling with the camera. Yeah, like I want to say if we go into Persona, age 18. Another thing they did is, it used to be the only work you could do that wasn't running your own businesses, was to basically run the grocery store. Oh, I'm just suddenly realizing, okay, yeah, that's fine. The only thing you're not seeing is just a couple of little icons on the phone there. I don't think that'll matter. So, need to grab our basket. It says get at least 3 food. I buy a full basket because it's a thing you're going to do a lot of. Alright. But they started me with $10,000, and we're going to start bringing it down. It does make me wonder. I'm willing to bet on the hard difficulty, it probably gives you just enough money to get the bed and fridge and all that.
Okay, now let's find you a bed. Oh, and someone told me you were walking around the city. That just won't do. So I got you hooked up with a free car. It's waiting for you over by the car dealership. Now, this thing's not going to win any beauty contest, but remember, it was free. Check it out.
Okay, can I increase... Try doing this. I'm trying to get his voice lines to be louder. Alright. But yeah, so right now they're just teaching us basic mechanics of how to drive a car, how to buy, you know, buy furniture, that kind of stuff. Because all that becomes important for running your own businesses, because your businesses need all those things. I forgot, they massively updated IKEA, or IDEA, or whatever they call it. Or no, is it like ICA? Now, the game doesn't have, like, fines for running red lights, or speeding, or reckless driving. They do have fines if you damage other vehicles, I believe. And they do have parking fines if you don't park where you're supposed to. Okay, so we need to get ourselves a bed. Alright, so king-size bed, king-size bed. Yeah, it's responsible. I don't have a job yet, I can't afford anything, so rather than getting ourselves a nice individual bed, we're going to be spendy, and we're going to get a king-size bed. And I will immediately regret it when we go to start a business and I can't afford to do so. Alright. Your car can get damaged, and there is gas in the game. Now, personally, I find once I get past the very beginning of the game, I almost never drive anywhere. The taxis are relatively cheap, and just the cost of repairing your car if you're driving around gets to be utterly obnoxious. Oh, and you cannot hit pedestrians. The game is not GTA. Ah, there it goes. Right click to rotate. Alright, and so I need to sleep till 6 in the morning. You weren't expecting Disco Stew to sleep in anything but a king size? Look, they didn't have the waterbed. If we had the option of the waterbed complete with fish inside the mattress, we would absolutely do it.
Rise and shine, kiddo. You survived your first night in New York City. Congratulations. I'm sure it helped that I paid yesterday's rent, too. But here on out, no more handouts. Today, you need to find a job and start to earn your own money.
So, this is where one of the changes that came in the game. So it tells you to, like, pull up the map. So it used to be you would go down to the corner and go work at the grocery store for, like, a day and go, this job sucks. So, yeah, so you could still go down there and do that if you want, but now you got delivery jobs too. So let's go ahead and run down here. Set the destination. And so delivery jobs pay a little bit better, and they're more interesting than walk up to cash register, say, I'm working, fast forward to end of day. This game does look more like Sims. It's kind of Sims-esque in the fact that, but obviously, like, the Sims, you don't run around in third person kind of thing. You just have your camera. You're kind of like God mode over it. You just have your entire family or whatever. This one, you don't have any of that kind of stuff. And then the Sims is kind of just living your life. You've got to deal with, like, the emotions and all that. All right. Deliver goods to 3 destination with 6 hours and 38 minutes. That's in-game time. Earn $100 for each delivery, and then park the van back here. And then if we damage the van, it comes out of our pay. So this one I need 6 wall clocks. I need a bookshelf. Oh, I don't have. Do I have a hand truck? Manage storage, hand truck, 6 wall clocks, a small bookshelf, and a gym mat is what's going here. I have parked illegally, so I could get fined for it, but I am choosing to ignore that concern. Because I got stuff to do. Okay. Oh, you're comparing the bed placement? Oh yeah, where you've got it claustrophobically shoved in the corner where your character just barely has enough room to like narrowly scrape between it and the next spot. Okay, so you can park. Hand truck, and you want a decorative barrel, a modular sofa, and a patterned carpet. Alright, we are a long ways away from that last destination. I did not take damage, surprisingly. Alright. Probably this one then get off? Okay. But yeah, so right at the beginning we just don't have money to run our own business, so this is what happens. It's just an intro to be like, hey, you can do these jobs for a little extra cash. Okay, this is... Oh, this must be the way to the industrial area. Which it's funny, because that industrial area had a sign that said coming soon, and then later it got updated to coming in 2024, and then that didn't happen. Like, just, they worked on a whole bunch of other stuff, and they had a rework that delayed them getting the update for that. Manage. So I noticed when we went by, the sign that had said opening in 2024 got changed to, you know, sorry for the delay. Alright, now I just need to bring this back to Ica to drop it off. Pretty sure I'm going the wrong way on a one-way. Yes, it says, road open, have safe trip, and it switches to also say, you know, sorry for the delay. Over there is for late game stuff. Late game, you can start manufacturing your own goods to sell, and it's kind of like a Factorio Light kind of system with conveyor belts that go through the various machines to turn various materials into processed goods and whatnot. Okay, and this will get us a couple $100. And then pretty soon, once we get past there, we'll be able to start opening our own business, and we won't do this garbage during the day. We'll have more useful things for our time to make ourselves some money. Nope, that's an actual hit. That'll come out of my pay. That is a real solid hit. We did so good with all of it, and then just... Alright. So, we made $300.
There you go, you've earned a little money. But you know who earned more? The store owner. Are you ready to open your own store and keep all the profits yourself? Head to the bank to get a loan. I've already talked to my buddy Larry. He'll get you squared away.
Okay. Yeah, so you delivered everything on time, so we got the $300. We got tips of $30, which I think is because we made good time, and then we got van damages of $30.10. So technically we made pretty much the base pay I was supposed to make. And this is one of the objectives I never liked in the game. They're just teaching you that you can get loans. I generally find in games I don't like taking loans unless like they really force you to. And so in this game, it is a thing where they're like, hey, take a $15,000 loan. Which is fine. But historically, after the very first time I played it, the thing I would do is I would take the loan and I would turn around and immediately pay the whole loan back and just go without. Because I'd rather have that early start take a little bit longer and not have a little bit of every single paycheck or every single bit of income just kind of being bled into it. But with the way we spent so much on our bed, which I didn't need to, I might actually need that loan. Or I'd have to do a whole bunch of delivery, and very genuinely for content creation, I probably should just take the loan. So run over here. Alright. Hi there. How can I help you? New loan. How much do you want it for? $15,000. Okay, so I have to have a daily payment of $71, and $62 of that will be principal. We can definitely help you with that. I'll have the full amount transferred to your bank account right away. Thanks for doing business with us. Cool. I'm an 18-year-old who has no real line of credit, no assets, no job, but don't worry, $15,000 loan? No question. Absolutely. Alright, so from here, what we could do is it'll say we can open up a retail area. So these are buildings I can rent to start my business. So what I'm going to do is right next to my house, I'm going to go over there, and we're going to rent that building and start opening our stuff. Will Uncle Guy vouch for you? Right. But any competent person is not lending $15,000 to an 18-year-old. Not without, like, some kind of collateral or something. Okay, so we gotta spend about $2,000 to do the initial rent on the building, and then it's $30 per day. So we're gonna rent the building, we're gonna start a new business. So we get our choices of business we want to start. So it has to be a wholesale retail business for the tutorial purposes. So let's go in here again. Bizman, this one, start a new business. So any one that's a wholesaler, I'm allowed to do for the tutorial. So we can choose to do a florist, a fruits and veggie store, a coffee shop, a supermarket, fast food, gift shop, hairdresser. Oh, wholesaler headquarters for a gift shop? That feels weird. I think that's a mistake. Yeah, so probably realistically oh, I didn't even see. Where was the jeweler? Did I not see the jeweler? Oh, it's being marked as like headquarters or whatever. Okay. So realistically, historically the game would make you start with a gift shop. The florist is also not a bad idea. I could see going for the coffee shop as well. One of the things to keep in mind is I'll actually show you how many competitors are running in that area, which really does imply that the gift shop is the right choice. I'm not going to choose it because it always starts with that. But one of the things the game doesn't really explain to you is running, for example, the supermarket can be really costly. I have no idea where the hairdresser lands and all that. But yeah, so some of these businesses are a little bit more expensive to run than others. Let's go for the coffee shop. This is probably a bad one to start with. But we'll select the coffee shop. Let's see, mostly ethical brews. Start business. Okay, so we've got our coffee shop.
Okay, good choice for your first store. You gotta start somewhere, right? Now, let's get your store set up for business. Listen and learn, kiddo.
Okay, so it's telling us we need to purchase the following furniture just to be able to open our store. An industrial coffee machine, 2 cabinet drawers, and a cash register. So we'll need to do that. We'll also need to get the materials for in there. So right now we can go ahead and unpin that. We're gonna run over here. So the time is going down on the day quickly. Eventually the nighttime will happen. You notice a bunch of these places do have limited hours, so I have like 4 hours to this place close. So I'll need to grab this. Alright, so the industrial coffee machine is 12,500. That was the reason why this is probably the one I shouldn't do, is I remember the coffee machines being utterly obnoxious. And that's fine. Who needs to have, like, enough money for inventory or anything? So needless to say, I will not have the money to pay that loan off right away. But that's the reason they usually start you with the gift shop, because literally all you need is a shelf that costs you a couple $100, the cash register and a cabinet, and then the inventory. Where this one, you know, I just went right for it. Okay, so let's go ahead and... I don't know how I'm laying this all out yet, so we'll go... Cash register.
Look at that. It's starting to look like a real store in here. But something's missing. Oh yeah, you need something to sell. Let's head over to the wholesaler and pick up some inventory.
Alright, so I'm really hoping that cups of coffee are not expensive, because we're almost financially wiped out. I don't actually know what happens if you run out of money in this game. It's never been a concern before. Like, I know what happens, like, if you're short on money and you have a delivery coming in, and, like, that kind of thing happens, it'll just cancel the delivery, which honestly sucks. But, like, straight up just, you don't have your business open, you're paying your monthly bill, or your daily bills or whatever. Which, I mean, I guess what you'd end up doing is you'd probably just need to, drive the van around and make a little extra cash. You might be able to get another loan or something. Okay, so I need to do that. We need the paper bags. Oh, they've reorganized this whole thing. Actually, I have no idea where the coffee is in here. Okay, so the cups of coffee... Alright, so coffee and the paper bags are not expensive. So I'm gonna grab an extra box of coffee. Then really fast... I'm gonna do that, which is just a thing when you go to these various buildings. If you sit down at their manager's thing, you get their phone number that you can call them later. Oh, you're saying, like, the fact that the laws don't matter? The thing is, driving in this game is not really a big thing. Very genuinely, you'll see after the early game, I probably won't drive at all. Most likely, I will sell my car. There are people who like to do their own deliveries and all that, but, like, once you get past the early game, you can just have them deliver stuff to your buildings and all that. You'll have your delivery drivers doing their work. So, like, right now, I could be driving back and forth to there, but I just don't bother. And the game is about running the business. It's not designed to be, you know, some city life simulator where you have to worry about, like, what hours a day and night you're out. You don't have to worry about traffic violations. Is there a zoom? Yeah, so you can zoom in that close, and you can zoom out that far. So it's not a huge range, but there is a bit.
Now this is impressive. You got all the basics set up for your first store. Well done. You're making the family proud, kid, especially me. Now, open the business and start collecting that cash. I'm rooting for you, kiddo.
But before we do that, it's 8:30 at night, and we're super tired and all that, so this is going to be a tomorrow issue. So let's look at our business and set some stuff up here. Bizman, coffee shop. It's alerts that it's generally cold. Ignore cars and join the flatbed mafia. Yeah, just rolling around town with the flatbed. Okay, so inventory and pricing. I don't remember how much I can even deal with any of that. So we have the schedule. So we are going to open up at 6 in the morning, and we're going to run till 6 at night. I think that's what we're going to do. And we are not closed on Sundays. Try again. Oh, they used to have a button for making your schedule the same for all days. It's fine. Because we're going to work some long hours. And we're not going to do any marketing. And you can change all your different stuff, so you can change, like, the font to be completely illegible. That's fine. So you can change all that. Okay, we'll save the logo, mostly ethical brews. Alright, so we got all that set up, and so with that, even though we are very hungry, we're not gonna worry about that. And since it's right next door, we're going to sleep until 5:30 in the morning. So yesterday we made negative $149 because I paid rent, and I'm not making any money from our business. The little bit of money made on the delivery job is not included. All right. Oh, open it. And start working. Yep, so you can keep it where it's running at normal time. I'm going to do that for just a minute here. And the reason I'm going to do that for just a minute is we'll have the customers come in, and they'll make comments about the things I'm doing wrong about my business, which is a lot. Considering this is probably not the most impressive looking coffee shop you've ever been to. Ooh. So I should make comments about how, like, I don't have any music playing, the atmosphere looks terrible, there's nowhere to sit, can't find a place to sit down. Alright. Yeah, so you can fast forward like this, or you can, like, skip the whole day kind of thing. Yeah. I like stores to play with music. It's awkwardly quiet in here. There's no place to sit down. Yep, so you get the idea. They'll also complain about the appearance. So needless to say, obviously, we have some problems here. Also, this is highly unlikely to be like real life. Real life, when you open some business in a neighborhood and there's done no marketing or anything like that, you're gonna be lucky if you have 5 people show up the first day because nobody knows you're open. Now, if you don't want to wait through the whole day, you can choose skip time. And you'll just reach the end of the day, where we are actively starving. Which in this game, starving lowers your energy. If your energy hits 0 and you're still out and about, you pass out. Okay, so you get our money at the end of the day. Now, needless to say, it's interesting it says collect your earnings at midnight. Because it used to be you'd just get paid as the day went on. I can't remember exactly how it worked. So let's see. Alright, so I believe it's over here at the other business. Let's see if we can't start resolving some of the problems we have at the store. So, for example, no seating. Because I don't remember what other negatives I got to deal with. Okay, so right about to close. Ow, those are $2,000. So grab the thing for cleaning up. We'll need a trash can. We'll park the vehicle. Where's your manager? As I mentioned, it's usually good to take 2 seconds to talk to the manager. Just to get the contact information for later doing orders and whatnot. Oh, I think they're way up there. And all those things are for different businesses and all that. Yep. Because then in the future, I can order to have stuff delivered. We're not going to do that yet because I need to maximize my money. Yeah, so restaurant booth is what would ultimately take, and that's going to be 2,000, so we won't worry about that right now. So let's go over here. Buy that, and I need to get home because we're going to pass out. Pushing my luck here just because I want to get the place set up as early on. Yeah, no, that's the thing. The music's a different place unless they changed it. So cleaning station can go back here. And the trash bin, because I know they're going to ask for it, can go right there. But we didn't resolve our seating because I just don't have the money for it. So for right now, we're going to go to sleep. And we're going to wake up in time to do it all again in the morning. So we made a total profit of $209.
Congratulations, you're finally earning your own money. Feels good, doesn't it? You built a store and the customers showed up. And then they all started trashing the place. Let's clean it up before your next shift.
Hello. So I see you open the business in our neighborhood, garment district. Listen, Junge, you're more than welcome here, but really remember who owns this neighborhood. So don't get any big ideas. Tschüss.
Ha ha ha, look at this. A fellow business owner messaged you. Now don't worry about this too much for right now. You're too small for them to care about. But you keep growing, you might find yourself locked in a bitter rivalry.
Yep. Yeah, when the game first came out.
Oh,
Jeez.
pop the champagne because you got your first business up and running. Now look, I'm headed to a golf tournament now, but if you keep things stocked and clean, you'll be fine. I believe in you. Call me when you think you can afford to start hiring employees.
All right. Yep, so they're still complaining about no place to sit. Okay. So we're gonna fast forward to the day. We're definitely gonna get employees. Oh, close the place. I flew too close to the sun. Alright, so we can't have our shift that long. So check out the rival information. So we have Ingrid, that's the one who contacted us. And it just basically shows all of her businesses, how things are going, what her, weekly income is, where she's operating. That is a thing that later on will be a problem. Alright, so I need to change our schedule. We can't handle the schedule we're doing. So let's cut off a couple of hours. I'll make it 7 to 5. Because I definitely want to work enough to make the money, but at the same time, that's the whole problem. Alright, so we're already past 5, so I can go here and go schedule, take it off temporarily closed. Alright, so you want me to call Uncle Fred when we're ready to hire employees. We will worry about that in the morning. So now we're going to sleep till 6:30. Why did I wake up at midnight? There's nothing for me to do at midnight. Oh, I probably told it 6:30 so far as 6 hours and 30 minutes, not a meaningful thing. So let's go ahead and drop off our coffee, because that's getting low. So I'll have to do another coffee run in not too long. We'll clean up the place while we're here. Alright. So that's not useful for me to be up at this hour. Sure. Let's call Uncle Fred. Are you ready to hire your first employee? I'm ready for the next lesson. Wonderful. Let's get recruiting.
Hey, business kid. You know it can be tough to balance it all. Cleaning, restocking, running the cash register. Here's what you should do. You should hire some employees and put them to work for you. You'll need to take some business classes first, though, so you know what you're doing.
Okay. So complete that. Visit the recruiter. Yeah, so I have to complete the courses first. Unfortunately... Yeah, I chose sleep 4, not, will wake up at. Oh, I'm gonna need to eat before my shift. So with this being at full energy now, I should be able to work here, start working. I could skip time forward. And shifts over. Then I should have enough time to eat something really fast and work on my classes. Because then you hire people and then you don't work your stores ever again. Okay, so let's go in here. Let's grab a bite to eat really fast. Let's try and make our way to the school. If you're wondering, I mean, in this case, there's a big arrow pointing at it. If you're wondering how I know, like, oh, I need to go here to grab this, oh, I need to go here to do that, that's just because this is not my first time playing. I played many, many cases of this. We've actually probably played this a good 4 or 5, maybe 6 times on the channel as they've had major updates. I've actually didn't stream it the last, like, 2 major updates, because while they changed stuff, it was entirely endgame stuff. And realistically, this isn't a game that you're going to be streaming into endgame and all that. Alright, so let's go to the basic HR classes. And we're going to study for the entire 2 hours they're going to let me study. Yeah, so it says the 9 hours remaining, but it only let me go to 8 o'clock. So it's going to take us a little while to get through. And that's all those ones that I could put time into where I skip out on a day of work, get the course knocked out and do that, and it's honestly not a bad idea. They did rebalance the game, because my understanding is if you knew what you're doing, you could have yourself making, like, literally millions of dollars in not a whole lot of time, which usually I didn't go to that lengths, but we got ourselves pretty easily early on, making some pretty solid money when I was doing the playthroughs. Alright, so just went ahead and grabbed more food while we were out, because we only had 4 meals left. We wake up at 6:30, we do it all again, because we're making that like $200-something each day. So I'm really not in great shape for employees. Alright, so we'll want to take this to 6:30 in the morning. I want to say you could set an alarm clock in-game. Like, get an alarm clock for your house. Later on, we'll get, like, a television and all that in our home, so in the evening, instead of just sleeping half the day away, there's our stuff. Can you sell donuts with your coffee? You can. I don't have the money to put up the stuff I need to do it yet, but we will get there. Okay, so our box, the extra box of coffee I ordered is already almost done. Alright, we are open. Fast forward through the day. And later on, you won't see me fast forward to the work day. Okay, so we're really hungry, so let's deal with that because we're draining energy faster because of it. Now your character actually does have a happiness gauge, which you notice here, it's pretty awful. It's pretty terrible. I can't remember all the negative ramifications of having bad happiness. You will have employees that they have different traits to them, and one of the traits they will have, I can't remember if they call it a peaceful workplace or whatever, but basically if your character's not happy enough, that they get upset about it. And, you know, they could potentially leave their job and all that kind of stuff as a result. Alright. Okay, we're just about tapped out energy-wise. And we still need to get music for our restaurant. We need to, or our coffee shop. We need to get seating for them. As mentioned, I believe I can serve croissant and donuts as well at the coffee shop as a normal product. So, you know, I need to get that set up. But all of that costs money, so we're just running around taking care of those classes I'm taking also cost money. Not a lot. And they're one thing that once your character takes the classes and finishes it once, you never have to do it again. Okay. So normally if you didn't change your schedule, this day would be off and I'd probably have a lot of time to knock stuff out. Just gonna rush around here. How much coffee do I have left? 235? We might run out of product today. Okay, we're low on product. We're not out, but we're low. So with that, let's pop in here. And I need to quickly check what the hours are for the wholesaler. So if we go here, the wholesaler will be over here. It's not it. So they're open till 8. So if I run, basically I have to choose between doing the class or restocking. I'm not gonna have enough time to do both. So I do need to get over here to re-up our inventory. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna pop in the taxi. I'm gonna tell the taxi that I need to go to the wholesaler, because that'll take almost no time at all. And I can pop over here. We'll grab one thing of paper bags. And 3 things of the coffee. I'll start running on home. Okay, let's see. So I'm up here. Alright, so I got one more block to go south. By that I mean I'm going to catch the taxi. We'll bring my boxes with me. Okay. Okay, we got that. I got 1 in-game hour to try and get a little bit of classes in. I don't think that's going to happen. Alright. Okay, so we get just under an hour in here. And we're just working at it as fast as we can. Once I get that class done, I can hire an employee, and then I won't be running back and forth. Okay, so we are sad, because while we have positive revenue and we're happy about that, we also just got wet, and we're sad about that. Like I said, I don't remember what the consequences of being sad are long term, but it is what it is. Okay, and we'll go back to sleep. And we'll wake up at exactly 6:30 again. Alright, and there's training and all that in the game to make people better as well. So I got a little bit to the store opening. Alright. Yeah, no, starting out with the normal difficulty changes a little bit. Which has been interesting. Eat our food. Let's make our way back to class. Because the downside is we've been spending all our money on this really aggressively, and we haven't been improving our store at all. Hiring an employee will be a little bit rough because we have to pay for our employees. So it's probably going to end up happening is I'll probably end up hiring a cashier, and I'll probably just do the cleaning myself. As well as like the inventory management stuff myself. Alright, so it'll probably be 2 more in-game days till I finish the class. The other advantage is, with an employee, I can have them work longer hours so far as the store opening. There is definitely times when it comes to the store that there's different traffic. I wonder if I can see that yet. If we look at our coffee shop, customers over time. Yeah, so I can't... Yeah, the customers over time, that's the last 7 days. So it only gives me the day, not the hourly time. So we have the marketing, the interior, the customer index, satisfaction isn't super high. We're not really promoting it anyway, so we're definitely not getting our money's worth that we could be potentially. We're at the beginning of the game, we literally don't have staff yet, so that's a whole thing. Alright. And it'll take us to 6:30. Yeah, where they rebalance the money. I think it's good that this takes a little bit more to get going than it did before, because very generally it was like the second day in-game, you had already reached the point that you just hired out people. So it was almost like you're like, why did you teach me that I can't even work in my own stores, because I'm not gonna. All right. And you can also stop at like the various restaurants around town to eat instead, which would be interesting because you can run your own restaurant and like get food from yourself. But the fresh food is the cheapest. And honestly, the most convenient to get, because it's just always there. You don't have to wait in a line or anything like that. Alright, the real good news is once we're done with the class, I can just poke over to the recruiter and get the thing, and then you just call them on the phone, and they'll get you applicants the next day, you hire people, that kind of thing. Alright, so after this in-game day, I've got one last in-game hour of class to get that first one. There's 2 different courses you get, but by the time you get to the second course, you've already got staff working your stores, so it's much easier to get time to work on stuff. Once you get past this early game of just run, do the store, get your class, get the inventory, like kind of just doing the loop. If only hiring was as easy as in real life as it is in games, yeah, where you just be like, put out application, and it gives you all of the qualifications, and you always have all of the information and can make informed decisions, versus how much of it ends up being guesswork in real life, even after interviewing people. And it's not saying anything negative about people, it's just an interview isn't sufficient to get a proper gauge on anyone. So it's just a hair above a crapshoot. Yeah, sometimes it's got weird targeting so far as the broom. Restock our shelves. Now, normally, when you're doing this, it wouldn't be nearly as go, 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 go as what I've got set up. I deliberately extended my schedule to make it so I have more time to make some money. But it's affording me far less time to, you know, dilly-dally between stuff. I don't think it honestly is making that big a difference. It's probably maybe only making me like 25, 30 bucks more a day. But that's fine. So with this, we'll finish our classes this in-game day, and that'll be one less expense I'm not dealing with. Also, interviewing each so much time. Yeah. That's always kind of the rub of trying to do your best to, like, hire, you know, the best candidates you can, to make sure you're not, like, to take the time to make sure you're considering your biases and all that. But then it's just a thing, you get like 200-300 people who apply, and you got time to like interview maybe a third of them. Alright, so let's see what hours that Anderson recruitment is open. I'm hoping they're open late. Okay, so they're closed, and they open at 8 tomorrow. Alright. So what I might do is we're going to temporarily close the coffee shop. And we're going to run there, we're going to get the contact information as early as we can to do that, and then we're going to run back to the store and open it. Genuine, real-life, self-employed, self-run business problems. You got something you have to do them during working hours. But, you know, you need to be running your business during working hours. So as a result, the only way to get it done is to not open your store or go, you know, do your manufacturing or whatever. They just have to keep the place closed up because you gotta go and run and do it yourself, and so you can't open at that time. Alright. So we can run over to Anderson. Complete 30 of Uncle Fred's objectives. Cool, man. Just make up your work whenever. Yeah, no, it all mean like if you're in this case like a retail store, there's no making it up. You just kind of eat the cost, and you also have the danger of if you're not open when people expect you to be open, people see you as unreliable, and then you got a problem. And that even applies to restaurants and that as well. Like there was a wing place we had not far from here that we really, really liked their wings. They did a lot of cool stuff. But like they weren't open very late. They would just randomly have days that they'd be closed for who knows what reason. And so we stopped trying to go because, you know, it was a bummer to get yourself excited about wings and then go there and then they're not open that day. And the same thing happened when I lived in the town my parents lived in, or live in. There was this really cool drive-in, like, milkshake kind of place. But, you know, flip a coin whether or not it's going to be open on any given day. Like, the place would literally stay closed for weeks and months at a time because the owners would just go on vacation. And, you know, good for them for taking vacations, but it just became one of those things you didn't worry about. Alright, so you need a customer service person. I want a full-time candidate, and I would like them to be available tomorrow to work. Or, sorry, to give me the information. Because increasing the days of delivery can make it really cheap, but honestly, there's not really a big reason to do it that way. Like, real life, sure, running your business for a week to save, you know, 90% on it matters, but in this game, I don't really see there much value doing that. So we're gonna go ahead and put that in there. We're looking for a customer service employee. Okay. So with that, what's gonna end up happening is tomorrow they're gonna give me an application, you know, an applicant, and we'll just have to live with whatever it is. We will hire them to fill in whatever schedule they can. But with that, we could run back to the store, get it open, and now that applicant is going to eat a lot of our revenue, and that's okay. But what we're going to ultimately try to do is make enough money to make up for it. So before I get started in that, we're going to clean. But we'll need to take the time to try and get this first business not awful. Okay. And we'll work the rest of the normal day. Okay, gotta top off the coffee. Drop off those bags. Top off more coffee there. That's fine. Now I don't need to worry about cleaning up in the morning. Okay, so let's go restock our groceries. Yeah, so we'll see how this works with the changes in the economy and hiring a person now. Because like I said, it's been a little harder to make this money on the coffee shop to begin with. A big part of that is I don't have seating, I don't have atmosphere, I don't have music, I don't have any other products being sold. I don't have money to correct those problems. So we'll see how all that works. Which again is why they started you with the gift shop normally, is because the gift shop is a very inexpensive to get up and running thing. And just the same, you can actually expand it to being fairly lucrative pretty early on, at least historically. The flower shop is also another one that was very cheap to set up as well. Versus the coffee shop is obnoxiously expensive to set up. As I mentioned before, we had to buy the industrial coffee machine, and that joker cost me $12,000. Okay. Now, it's not actually that late. So let's see, is there something we can have our character work on nearby to keep them less miserable? Not really. Not unless I'm buying furniture. Because there's, you can go to the park and that makes them happier. You can go to the gym and that makes them happier. You can watch TV or play video games, that makes them happier. You kind of go over here. And we'll probably go and take a taxi back or whatever. Okay, so Central Park right here. Yes, I believe we walk around Central Park, it'll get us a little bit of happiness. Or a lot of happiness. Walking in the park, 30 happiness. Completed personal goal. Okay. So, what was our goals that we finished? Reached a weekly income of $50,000 in one business. I don't think... These must be ones from previous runs are ticked off here, and this is the one we actually did. So we've got run a successful retail business. We are technically making money. And complete 30 objectives. And I think that's just re-upping, saying like, hey, you've got it. I'm curious if that will stick after I've left. Because most happiness things do have, like, for some duration of time you put in. Yeah, so you have about just shy of a day that we're going to be happy. And the longer we were in the park for, the longer that time would be that we stay happy. And it does not have a cap last time I did it, so you could literally sit at your computer and play games for like hours and hours and hours and hours to get to the point that you were so fulfilled with video games that for like the next 58 in-game days, your character is just, you know, got the bonus. Okay, so we just stayed there to fix our happiness a little bit. It won't stick around for long, but that's okay. Like real life, happiness is fleeting. Big sad. And the music we're listening to is not in-game music. The in-game music, it's actually got a decent selection. It's just DMCA things. 29 bucks for a taxi is expensive? Is it? I've only had to do with like the touristy kind of things, and I've certainly had some pretty awful taxis. Now granted, that was a taxi only going 2 blocks. No, I guess that's fair, because when we took a taxi in Seattle from the airport to the cruise terminal, and that was probably like 3 or 4 blocks or whatever, and I think it ran about 24. But considering this is literally Manhattan, that's probably not bad for downtown, like, New York, Manhattan area. You're talking a particularly expensive area. Okay, so let's eat something and see what we got for our applicant. Alright, so we can go to our candidates. So we've got Haiti Nowak. She has got a 34% skill in customer service. She wants an hourly wage of $15. And we have 7 days to decide whether or not we want to hire her. The answer is going to be, she wants to work full-time. That's her only requirement. She demands full-time. If you're not offering full-time, she's not accepting. So we're going to go ahead and hire this 19-year-old. And so now we go here, and we go to our schedule. Okay, so let's start by getting her on the schedule. They've changed the way this looks, and I have figured out. Okay. I have you. How do I do? Oh, okay. All right, there we go. Yep, so that's warning me that she wants full-time, and we have not given her an assignment full-time. I want her on cashier. So let's go here. And there. And there. And there. Okay, so she's fine with that right now. We've got her working 50 hours. I believe, yeah, at that point, it's considered too much. She won't take it. So she's working the weekdays, and I'm taking the weekends right now. We'll definitely want to consider hiring more, but we're not there yet.
This is what I'm talking about. Make them work for you. The more employees you assign to clean and run the register, the more you'll be free to do other things, like expanding your product line to earn even more money.
Okay, so purchase furniture required to sell your new product, recommended items, bakery showcase. Purchase new inventory to sell, croissant. Okay, let's see if we can get over here and get that done in time. Oh, and this is just a contact from the phone call from the recruiter. Let's say we can expand to croissant. $15 per hour. You're open 10 hours, so 150 a day. You're making 200-ish. Mm-hmm. We are not going to be making a whole lot of money doing that. But the hope here is I will be expanding my inventory so that will make a little bit more on it. So we want the bakery shelf, and I'm going to abandon this cart and walk out of the store. It was $800 something, and I don't have that. So we are protesting their gouging prices that I am a small businessman trying to get myself started into the nice humble city of Manhattan, and I just can't afford those rates. It was like $895 too, so it wasn't even just $800. It was like on the higher end. Okay, so let's go here. So 630. Oh, I need to eat. This is the weekend. This is my day to work. Come on, you can do it. I got a store to open. Okay. Well, weekends you still make good cash, but the next week, you'll have those croissants. That's the hope. Is that I'll be able to make enough of an improvement on the money we're making by expanding our inventory to help keep us to making good money with the employee. Because one of the things I can do is while the employee's working, I can take the time to go and, you know, do a delivery for someone else, that kind of thing. Get a part-time job at someone else's coffee shop and work customer service for them. Okay, so I have just enough to buy the shelf. I also want to get, you can get a shelf for putting your stuff that's delivered on it. It saves space and it's really helpful for just managing inventory. That's not happening right now. Yeah, so it's this shelf, which is 1,200. Okay. So we get you. That's the bakery display case. Now, what's gonna happen here is I'm gonna want to get croissants. I have $3 to my name, so we're not getting croissants right now. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna place the box on the floor inside the building here. And then tomorrow when I have the money, after shift, I will place it. Oh, don't do that. Place the box up here. And right now, during the weekend, we'll do this nonsense where I just work, eat, sleep, do that thing, and then during the week, I should have a bit more opportunity to get stuff done, take care of our character's happiness and all that. So you got the coffee machine is basically full. We already cleaned up after we left, so start working. All right. So I can go here, place, and croissants. So let's eat a little bit food here.
Boy, you should see the customers flooding in now. But with more customers, you'll start to hear more complaining. They're always complaining about something. Even still, you should make the place look nicer for them. Remember, happier customers spend more money.
Okay. Yeah, so they're going in here being like, hey, you need to build a bathroom. For those who also haven't seen me play this in a while, that is one of the changes they made in the game now is there's bathrooms now, and you have to have them, or your customers get upset with you. That used to not be a thing. Eight without table, -3. Literally happening, actually. We are literally dealing with 8 without table because I have no tables. Because the tables I was planning on getting, the restaurant-style tables, they cost like 2,000 bucks. I might just have to accept we're not getting those and getting the other tables, like a regular old table with regular old chairs. I don't know if one adds aesthetic or not. But yeah, so pretty much where we're going to be at with our employee working there is we're going to be dealing with a bunch of your stuff. Let's grab this. Okay, so I got $162 to my name. So let's go to croissant. Croissants are 540 bucks. We're going to abandon our cart, and we're going to contemplate our life decisions. And so what I'll probably end up doing is we'll have our employee working at the coffee stop, and I will run around and do deliveries to try and make up for the difference of lack of money we have, so that hopefully we can get croissants going. I believe if I leave the croissant thing up, the customers will complain that I don't actually have croissants. So we're gonna go ahead and, you know, box it back up and put it in the back room. So I'm gonna need to have $500 to get my first box of croissants. Which does imply, though, I should be able to make a pretty decent amount of money on them. Because I don't know what the return on investment and things in this game is. I know it's got some variability to it. But one would hope I'm getting margins that are more than like 5% in something like that. Okay, so grab, place box, put it in the back, grab the cleaning stuff. Okay, let's go to sleep. Alright, and now I don't even have to wake up for work tomorrow. I'm going to, in case I forgot something. Oh, I need something, I know something I need to do. The game is really weird in that if your employees aren't in a uniform, the game will complain. They'll be like, ugh, or the customers will complain. They'll be like, ugh, not in uniform. I don't know what this song is. It's some, like, I appreciate it's not like a, you know, your typical Christmas song. Uniform locker required to manage employee uniform. You know what? Honestly, I could live without that. Interior, oh, it's the interior designing things. Okay. Let's take a quick little peek. Make sure you're opening fine here. We'll top off these shelves. Okay, and there's our wonderful employee working there. All right. So with that, the store should run itself. So we can go over here now and look for delivery jobs. So I'm going to go ahead and make our way to the delivery job. Because I need to make a little bit of extra money to get our croissants up and running. And then it's going to be one of those things I'm going to need to go after that to get her some tables, get music, clean up the place to make it look nice. As we start doing that, we should get more customers, and more customers mean more money, and more money means I can make more progress. Eventually I'll hire a second person. It's fine. I made contact but didn't technically take damage according to the stats. 'Cause that's my damage down there, it's at 100%. Alright. So assuming we don't utterly trash this vehicle and we make decent time, we should be able to, make about 300. Okay, so we're at 20th and 4th. So manage, hand truck, 20th and 4th is the umbrella and the JB loudspeaker. Alright, let's drop that. Oh, you're right there. There, we're doing the true big city experience, where the delivery truck 100% illegally parks, blocking the way for everyone. And you look around, you can't figure out why it's being allowed to happen. The police are nowhere to be found. The lanes are all backed up. People are all getting mad at each other. Truly a, 10 out of 10 perfect simulation. Almost tagged that. Okay. Bonus points if it's a one lane, one way. Yep. And your car is parked facing the wrong way. Okay, so now I just need to get the vehicle back home, back to its starting spot. Nope. I did not take damage. It's almost like delivery vans aren't exactly nimble. I do wonder if they have other deliveries, if it's strictly these delivery vans, or you have like the really big delivery van that has to do like extra stops with extra stuff, or if you got like the little motorcycle and you have like one box to deliver, but there's less forgiveness on time wise. All right. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, so you could probably get 2, maybe 3 delivery runs in an in-game day. You're killing me. There we go. All right. No damage, and we got our tips. Okay, so we can't do the same delivery twice in the same day. That's good to know. So my next nearest delivery job is literally 1 block south. So let's go ahead and do that really fast. Because we should be in good shape with that. Making the extra 300, that should be enough for the croissants. The turn radius on the thing. 25% off for this game. cheap amount for the content? Yeah, actually, I don't have any idea what it's running these days. Ah, that's... Okay, it's only 1% damage. I thought it was worse than that. I think they made the vehicles a little bit more durable. It used to be a trade paint like that, and it'd be like 14% damage to your car. So it made just driving an absolute liability. Okay, so we are bags of tomatoes, bags of carrots. Okay, we get on to the next stop. It seems like it deliberately puts 2 of these nearby and then 1 way off on its own. Like every single time. Okay, so we have bags of bananas, bags of carrots. So probably around $20. I mean, that seems reasonable. Especially considering we're not even at like the actual business expansion side of things. We're still like getting our first store up and running. Because what'll end up happening when we get the business expansion side of things, like you'll get a store up and running where it's just churning out money. And then you'll go and you'll set up the next store. And you have stuff that the game does to like mix it up now that used to not exist in the game, the rivals. That what they'll do is they'll try and poach employees from underneath you, or they'll open a direct competitor next to you to try and, you know, really hurt your bottom line. When they first introduced the rivals, they were really bad at what they were really bad at being rivals. They kind of almost took themselves out. But I understand they have significantly improved them now. And then there was some math fudgery that was happening behind the scenes that they got rid of as well. That, you know, it's the classic with a lot of these games. Even the RTSs back in the day. That, you know, you would play the old Red Alert games, and the game would, like, just cheat and spawn units and all that. Boo, no vehicular manslaughter? Nope, it's not GTA. Keep in mind, if they add that, they have to increase the age rating on the game, which means limiting the markets they can sell it and who can buy it. It's the same reason why Farm Sim doesn't include where you can grow like marijuana or brew beverage, like brew alcohol and that kind of stuff, where you instead make grape juice. It's the exact same thing. It's also why you don't slaughter the animals in the game, you just sell the pigs and cows. Because it would be one of those things that, again, that have to increase the age rating on the game, and then that has its own negatives. It'd be funny if you phase through them, but you still got fined. I'd be okay with that. I don't think it's important enough to care about, though. I know a whole bunch of people, like, throw a fit about age rating, you know, not doing stuff because age rating, but it's just the unfortunate reality is that is sales. So you gotta decide if that's important for your game or not. And there's plenty of games that do make the decision like, no, we're gonna have nudity, we're gonna have violence, we're gonna have this because our target demographic is, you know, teens or young adults or adults. But a game like this, I honestly think this would be a game entirely appropriate for a tween. I think honestly it'd be a good thing for a tween because this does give you a lot of kind of, not understanding, but a lot of like how businesses work, where they have inventory and salaries and all that. And like this game, like right now I'm handling the hiring, but eventually you'll hire a person to deal with your hiring and all that. And so it does give you a bit more understanding on how a lot of that stuff works. Okay. So let's go and get ourselves some dinner. And then I should be able to get the croissants to sell. I also gotta check my coffee inventory, though. There is a possibility that we sold all our coffee. top off for food. Need to do grocery run soon. Alright, so how are you doing inventory-wise? That's fully stocked. Okay, so I still actually have a decent amount of coffee left. That's good news. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is we're gonna pop over here. I'm gonna jump in front of this taxi. I'm gonna take the taxi to the wholesaler. Wifey. Okay. I love you too.
Don't forget me.
I won't forget you.
No, don't forget.
Yaw.
I love you.
I love you too. You sleep well.
Yeah.
No. Me sleeping well sounds like madness. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab the Okay, there's $654 croissants now. The price apparently went up. Okay, so it's croissants or coffee. And yeah, for the record, the game did add a while back that the prices are dynamic, that they will change. So things that can happen is you can actually have, at a given time, there's a shortage of something, and so the prices can skyrocket. So then you have to make that decision, okay, do I keep myself stocked, knowing I'm not going to be making nearly as much money or potentially even losing money on this item? Or instead, do I just do without, and then just, you know, my customers will be annoyed by it, and so be it. Okay. So good news is that gives 3 full fill-ups. I gotta remember that it's my job to clean. I haven't hired a cleaning person yet. And while I'd love to hire a cleaning person, I don't think we can reasonably make that happen until this store is better situated. Okay, so we've got the croissants and all that going. I have enough energy. I probably could do... Isn't that jump backward normally sloped towards the customer facing? I honestly don't know which way it's supposed to be facing, because I don't think the customers take it out. I think it's you basically order your croissant here, and then they grab the croissant from here and run it back. I honestly don't know which way it is. We'll see. We'll watch when they show up. If it's wrong, we'll turn it around. Yeah, it's late enough. I was gonna see if maybe doing another delivery run. Oh, what we can do is if the grocery store is still open, we'll go a food run. But the hope there is by getting the croissants going, that should increase my income. I still have the ability to do deliveries during the day. We just died. Just got, you know, run over by a Ford F-150. Luckily we had an insurance plan where we're going to be cryogenically frozen. That way they can cryogenically freeze. The society can fall into a theocracy, and our, you know, brain scan becomes the intellectual property to a company, and then we can put in a drone and become a von Neumann probe. And if all that sounds very specific, that's the plot of Bobaverse books. That's the intro to the Bobaverse books, which is a really good series if you've not partaken of them. It is definitely a, I want a whole lot of like 80s 90s nostalgia series. I have it the way you do. Yeah, I think it depends on whether the staff member is the one grabbing the things off the shelf, or if it is the customer grabbing the things off the shelf. Oh, I'll deal with whatever that is in a moment. Okay, so we got people just getting coffee. I need someone to get a croissant. I need someone here needs to get a croissant. Okay, they're definitely selling croissants. It's fine. Okay, so in the meantime, we need to keep bringing in money. Because we'll see what kind of money we make at the end of the day with the croissants added to the inventory. Because that should mean I'm getting a little extra money, you know, not on every transaction, but occasionally. Oh, these ones are all a lot farther. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We just saw our light flash before our eyes as the taxi have just about T-boned us. Definitely their fault. The light did turn red, but there was no way that light was green long enough for them to get going. Absolutely, absolutely. They saw someone stop and then just gunned it, not even waiting for the light to change. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Because we never do anything illegal. We never do anything illegal whatsoever. So let's grab our thing. Hand truck. You need the Regal carpet and the shelves. Nothing illegal. Just ignore the big illegal that appears in the middle of my screen every single time I'm parking. It's actually French. It's L Eagle. It's L legal. It's totally fine. It's the legal. That's not even French. That's an entirely incorrect language. All right. I'm delivering stuff to a competitor. Grr. So we're gonna get probably $30 or so taken out of this, the revenue from this one, which is fine. We're still just trying to supplement our money as best we can. All right. So we can go ahead and get our way back to Ica or whatever it is, Ica. Deliver that, do another delivery. Because the current amount of money we have is 11 bucks. And I believe it says the store technically lost $25 yesterday. Keeping in mind we didn't actually have the croissants set up yesterday. Just trading a little paint with a fire hydrant. Or a light pole, I wasn't really paying attention. I just knew there was an object there. Now, me running these delivery jobs, this will go away pretty quickly. Okay. Oh, actually, that was not bad. We went fast enough, we got $40 in tips, and we only lost $11 from damage. Alright, so let's run up here. Grab the next delivery truck. Actually, don't know where it is off the top of my head. Okay, it's one more block. We'll get that delivery done. And then what we could potentially do is we'll double check how our inventory is doing in the store. And then based on that, we'll either get more... Oh no, this didn't change after the delivery, I don't believe. I mean, maybe it didn't, I'm just not remembering. But yeah, we should hopefully do alright this in-game day. Oh, that's a solid hit. That's 9% damage to the van. Just straight middle center mass on the fire hydrant. So 25th and that, so that's 10 frozen food. These stops are all close by. Delivering the booze. That's even more damage I didn't need. Oh, I'm out of time. Holy crap. Okay, that was a much faster trip. Because I honestly felt like I was making a good time there. It's fine. Life as a delivery driver is rough. Okay. Yeah, I made 160 bucks. Not as much as I'd like to. But whatever. Okay, so that puts 500 in the bank. The store should have just closed right now. So I can check on our inventory to see how we're doing there. Prioritize restocking the inventory. If that's good, then what I'll do from that point is we will we'll top off our food real quick. But if I have the money and the inventory is fine, we'll go get a speaker, so I stop complaining about the music. And if we don't have the inventory, then we deal with inventory. Alright. But yeah, and as I mentioned, we'll end up doing a lot less running around town after a bit. Okay, so I need to clean up, check our inventory, do all that stuff. Okay, I've got... Those are all full up. Looks like we're fine for inventory. Not great, but okay. Let's have ourselves a snack. Alright, so I got $500. So let's go over to... Okay, so they're still open for another in-game 2 hours. Oh hey, they added police vehicles. I don't think they used to have the police vehicles in the game. Get out of my way, the store closes soon. I also suddenly don't remember if you even sell the speakers or not. Can't quite afford to buy that. You do not sell the speakers. I need to go to the IKEA, or IKEA, whatever. So you need to go over here. Okay, so I got 2 in-game hours left to deal with it. So run over here. We'll grab that. If I have enough money left over, which is like $150, $200, we can buy coffee to have ourselves a bit more stocked up. Oh, we also needed bathroom stalls and everything. It's fine. Also, get the contact information when I need it. Okay, so what I want to do is there should be speakers in here. Yeah, so toilets and all that have a decent cost to them. Where is your fancy TV setup? Alright. There's our speaker system. And now I just get back home. Or not home, but we get back to the coffee place, set up the speaker, and then they'll stop complaining about not having music. We'll still be lacking a place for them to sit, bathrooms, sink, all that garbage. But, you know, we're on a shoestring budget here. We're doing what we can. So the coffee shop, we'll just mark that on our map so it's easier for me to keep track of. That's actually one reason the game really does encourage you. You know, the game really does encourage you to like build in a bunch of different districts. Every single time I've played this game, just because I don't want to have to like manage figuring out where everything is. Early game, I just build all of myself. I just kind of keep expanding on the same road. I'm sure it's nowhere near optimal. Have the radio turned off. Radio is off. There we go. And that should be fine. That actually, if I go in here, gotcha. So let me toggle radio. I don't have to worry about it. Alright, with that we can go ahead, and it's only Tuesday. So just sleep into the next day. So we made a total profit of $327 on our business that day. So the croissants have definitely been a massive boon to our money. So what we're gonna go ahead and do here is I'm gonna run up here real fast. Do they want us to sit on the floor? Wow. Look. So I probably need to get more coffee. So let's plan for that. Let's go get a thing of coffee. Because the inventory is getting a little a little sketch. And then we'll have to get more croissants in not too long. We get 2 things of coffee. And eventually you can have them deliver the stuff directly to your business for you. The catch is there is a fee for them doing that, which cuts into your profit margins. And where a store is not super profitable right now, I imagine the delivery would be like $200 per delivery kind of thing. So you can imagine that would add up very quickly. But granted, me driving back and forth is costing us almost 70. Alright. So, we're gonna hop into the taxi. Gonna take the taxi all the way. We'll start down here. So I spent about $100 in taxis today. I got a buck to my name. So we can supplement our income, but the good news is our store made almost $400 yesterday. That's not counting any money I made doing the deliveries. Now that we've added music, it should make a little bit more. Probably not a lot more, but a little bit more. And so it'll be one of those things I'll have to keep upping it. Alright, that's 60th and 5th, so manage, grab this. Oh, that's not going here. Okay, bag of tomatoes. Yeah, so I only give you about, like, in real life time, like 4 or 5 minutes to do these deliveries. It's really not much time. You gotta definitely hustle. Killing me, man. Which does make you think of GTA. Just, you know, the whole run around town in a short period of time, get all done. Yes, the next we'll need the modular storage shelf, bathroom, stall, modular sink, and all that. We'll see how much those cost. We'll just add what we can as we can. The next thing I think, though, is going to be a table and seats. I wanted to get the restaurant ones just because I like the way they look, but I think I'm just going to settle down with just an ordinary table and some ordinary wooden chairs. Okay. And once I get the coffee store set up, where we're probably going to be making a couple $1,000 a day or something like that, that's when things will start to escalate, because then I, start up my next business, and with the next business I can take the money that's just pure profit, put into the next one, that becomes that much more money. There'll be some give and take as the rivals start causing us mayhem and whatnot, but that's fine. That's a solid hit. It's going to cut into our profit. Okay. Yep, so we made about what we should have made, not counting anything special. Alright, so let's run right up here to Idea, or IKEA. I keep using all the other fake names that they give this. Every game has their, like, every game where it's relevant has their IKEA proxy, where it's very clearly meant to be IKEA, but, you know, copyright safe IKEA. So, you know, what was it? Idea in Escape from Tarkov, I think? And this one it's like Ica, IKA. That's 14th in this, that is just the armchair. Okay. It's fine. Honestly, banging up a little doesn't cut into my money that much. Not nearly as much as not getting the deliveries done in time. Okay, get the desks, the executive thing, the wall clock, alright. Okay. So this game does explain a lot of why delivery drivers are the way they are. Hey man, you hear all the nightmare stories about like the Amazon delivery drivers where they give them such ridiculous quotas on how fast they have to go that, you know, you hear about like the pee bottles and all that kind of stuff. Just because taking the time to stop to eat lunch or use the restroom means you're just not going to hit your numbers. Which is honestly all of that's inexcusable. I can have my package take an extra day to be delivered, or 3, just so you can, you know, let your staff use the restroom. It's fine. I don't need like half the stuff you do, like the thing it'll be like, okay, we'll deliver it when we can, and it shows up the same day later in the day. It's like, look man, you can take more time. It's okay, like let your people, you know, let your people have some kind of work-life balance or something. I genuinely don't need this to be delivered this quickly. But it's weird because if you say like, oh, regular 3-day delivery or something like that, it costs more. And you're like, but I don't need it right now, I need it eventually. Yeah, no, we don't need to get into that. I definitely don't think that's the intention, but yeah, no, it's classic, gotta maximize profits. Sooner or later, when you can't come up with new products and new services and new markets to break into, the only way to get more profits then is to start, you know, raising prices on your customers, just like whatever you can get away with, and nickel and diming your staff. That's usually when things start to go real bad, is when that kind of thing happens, when you start hitting that level of needing to continue to grow your business. But the only place you're finding to make that kind of money is to just abuse everyone involved. Alright, so we got more time in this in-game day before we should probably go to sleep. So I'm going to go ahead and have us do. We take the taxi back home. Complete 10 taxi rides. It's gonna be a weird math juggle in our head that, oh, that's not taxi. That we are going to go to Central Park, and we're gonna walk around. So while we're in Central Park, we'll be taking a -20 to our mood from getting wet in the rain, but we're gonna be getting a +30 for walking around the park. And the rain one, I believe, is very temporary, whereas the Central Park thing will stick around. Let's see, so the UK Post Office used to have a target of 18 to 20 parcels per hour. Amazon started at over 30. Yep. Now, in the U.S., there's a big historic court judgment saying the company's responsibility is to its shareholders, not to an employee, so lowering profit for better employee life is actually... So that's not entirely true, Sindelash. You do have a fiduciary obligation to your shareholders. But that doesn't necessarily mean you must screw everyone around to meet that obligation. It's not that you are required to achieve absolute maximum profits you possibly can. But you do have to try to strive to keep your business successful. You know, in that. So there is a fiduciary obligation to your shareholders. That is accurate. But you can very easily argument saying, hey, I can do this thing, but it will be bad for our long-term business at the cost of short-term, and you would be, you know, respecting the fiduciary obligation. But it's like, for example, that's what Disney is potentially in trouble for, where they pulled Jimmy Kimmel off. The shareholders are going after them because it cost Disney a crap ton of money with how everything played out, that there is an argument that they knowingly broke their fiduciary obligation because they did this thing to, you know, for political reasons, where it was very actively harmful. And it's probably one of those ones that Disney could certainly make the argument that, you know, pissing off the government would ultimately cost them more and probably be fine from a court perspective. But you get the idea. That's what they're under threat for from the shareholders. Is that they did something they knew was going to kind of financially hurt them. Maybe not to the magnitude. But it's different from being like, hey, we're going to pay our staff a little bit more for employee retention. You couldn't go after, like, as a shareholder, you couldn't go after Disney or whoever being like, hey, you're going to increase the salaries. That's going to slightly reduce your profit margins. You wouldn't be able to go after them saying they had violated their fiduciary obligation, unless they did so at such an extent it started to, like, massively jeopardize the company or those investments. But yeah, it's one of those things that gets a little misconstrued. There is that fiduciary obligation, but people take it as meaning they must bleed blood, they must bleed money from a rock at any and all costs, and that's not what it genuinely means. It's not that horrible. Some leaders and companies treat it that way, and that is a problem, but it's not a legal obligation to do so. So what we're doing right now is we're just killing time running around in the park, because what'll happen is we'll have a buff down here for walking in the park. That'll give us a mood bonus. So I'm just trying to get that to boost. Later on, we'll have much better options of, like, the computer and the television and working out at home and that kind of stuff, where you just click on it and say, okay, fast forward an hour, and you get credit for an in-game hour. We're just doing a lap around Central Park. I don't remember what the penalties for not having good mood is. Like, I think you might get tired faster if your happiness bottoms out. But it's not a hard thing to manage, especially, like I said, once you get a computer at your house and a TV at your house. Like, you get those couple of things at your house and you can just keep your mood pretty close to maxed out at all times. I am appreciative that they did make walking in Central Park to be one of the highest ones. These ones that are a little bit more effort, I'm good for those being extra time. But yeah, no, like, something that could also get you in trouble with, like, the fiduciary obligation is let's say you're Disney in this case, and you just came out with Frozen. And Frozen is just printing buckets of money. Just straight up buckets of money are being printed. And you turned around and immediately sold that IP to Universal for, like, half of its perceived value. And you did that. That's the kind of thing where you'd potentially get shareholders all up in arms, because any competent person will look at that and be like, you don't do that. You have just, you're making, this thing is like printing money, you don't get rid of it in that manner. Now, it would be different if you had just made Frozen and you had the perceived value of it and you got Universal to buy it for double that, because you'd have a strong argument to make, hey, we got our instant cash out, you know, before it lost value. You could make an argument there. Versus if you very, you know, horribly undersold it. It's not that you couldn't win that, but you'd have a much harder argument to make that that was the responsible thing to do for the company, kind of thing. Which they didn't do for obvious reasons, because that thing's printing money, printing buckets of money. They're definitely not selling it. But in a reality where they chose to do that, that would be a whole thing. It's honestly pretty rare that you do have companies get nailed by that whole thing. It's usually when some pretty shady stuff is going on. Oh, I didn't clean the place up after they got done with work. Okay, so discard this. How's our inventory? Those are all relatively full. And we're doing good on our supplies back there. Okay, so we got about $800 to our name for other stuff going on. Let's get those tables and chairs going. I think that's the next one, and then after that we'll have to deal with restrooms. So we're opening a coffee shop where there are no restrooms permitted. And yeah, that seems like a great idea. Yeah, so down here, we could get those for 2,000. I don't have that kind of money. Those are 700, 300. That's my price range right there. So 300 for the table. The chair is 100, so 4, 5, I mean, it counts at the bottom. Get 4 chairs. That's gonna mostly wipe me out. Buy a bucket and curtain for now? Sorry, can't afford the curtain. The bucket's just a leftover from when we were painting. So, you know, be careful on the rim, it's still paint. Alright, so standard table. Okay, now we got seats. What will they start complaining about now? I mean, other than apparently inadequate amounts of seats, which will be a fair concern. So give them a moment to, no sinks to wash my hands. I need to wash my hands. Nope. We don't do that washing hands nonsense here. Ownerson creeping in the corner. Hey, that's just... sometimes you gotta be creeping. Alright, so let's go ahead and make a little bit more money on deliveries. Have a napkin. Oh, right, we don't have napkins either. We don't. You're lucky we had a legal obligation to provide the cups after, you know, a couple people burned themselves trying to hold the copy in their hands. 46 and third. With the modern shelf and the medallion carpet. Andruck, modern shelf, medallion carpet. Okay, and then we have 12th and 5th. This is a round carpet. Could you not? How dare you follow the rules of the road and get in my way as I'm driving the wrong way down a lane? Do you know who I am? I am a person who runs an adequate coffee shop downtown. And that's being generous on the term adequate. Okay. We run a coffee shop that would most likely not be legal, because I'm pretty sure if you run a restaurant of some kind in the US that isn't like a food truck, I think even with the food trucks there's kind of a sort of a gray area with it, that you are required to have restrooms available. Now, it could be a shared restroom where you got like 4 or 5 restaurants and they have like a restroom that they share. That's where the food truck kind of gets the gray area, where quite often the restrooms provided is just whatever location they park in must have a restroom you can use. So like if they park at a business, you have to be allowed to use the business one. That's the one I'm not sure, and that's where I'm probably a state-to-state kind of thing at that point. But I'm pretty sure to run a restaurant you have to have restrooms available to your customers. Other businesses, it depends. Like, there's a little bit more gray area with other ones. But I'm pretty sure restaurants specifically, or any place you're selling food, there is some requirement for restrooms to be available. In the US. It probably has way more nuance and exceptions than I'm implying, but I'm also not an expert. And another $300. So yeah, so honestly, with what we're doing, I'm making about the same amount per day, like per day out of my store as I'm making per delivery. That is very quickly going to change. That store is going to end up becoming very lucrative in the long run. But in the short term, it is what it is. Okay. I can't imagine they're making that good of money with me doing these deliveries. If I'm making like $300-400-ish per run, and I'm selling like, we're delivering a box of lettuce. Oh, I mean, I guess it's expensive flowers. I was gonna say, okay, maybe they are making money. I was just thinking about, like, I'm delivering lettuce and carrots at, like, a box each. Like, how are you making money on that? Because I can see the size of the box. And lettuce doesn't exactly pull in big dollars per head. And one of those crates in real life is certainly not going to have, you know, more than maybe 2 dozen heads of lettuce or something. Maybe like 4 if it's, you know, really mashed in there tight. Same with the UK. You have to have indoor seating. If you don't have takeout / bakery. You don't have, let's see. So food truck went. Yeah, no, I know there's certain restrictions around, like, all sorts of stuff, like whether or not you have to have seating, what seating's required, do you have to have a bathroom. Like there's a lot of rules around, you know, do you have a sit-down restaurant, like do you have a restaurant that's serving food? Is it takeout? Is it whatever? Hey. Hey, stop being so pushy. Make me walk around. So 51st, so that's the expensive flowers, the bag of carrots, and the bananas. This will be interesting to get this out of. That taxi has pinched me between the other truck. Let me just turn around, okay? But yeah. Now, if I think about it, most of the bakeries here that I've seen have, again, there'll be some type of restroom available, even if you're oh, come on. I know I'm at fault, but I feel like blaming you instead. But even with, like, a lot of the bakeries here and all that, they'll all have restrooms. I think that's one of the reasons why you have a lot of cases here in the US. They'll do a thing where they'll get like 4 or 5 food trucks operating in an area, and then they'll either have, you know, like glorified porta potties, or that'll be around a central location. There's a place, it's a bit of a hike from here, that what they do is they rotate out. It's something about like 8-ish food trucks, but then they'll have a common building that serves alcohol, and it's just kind of a thing where you go and you have like all the food trucks in the area, and that's where the food actually comes from, and they just have like that common building that contains like the chairs and tables and all that garbage, and then your restrooms and all that are there. But then they also have all the alcohol being sold is there, and that's probably another thing I'm suspecting has to do with like whatever the laws are around serving alcohol. Because I can't say I've seen a food truck ever sell alcohol that it wasn't like the entire theme of the food truck. Like I've seen like a truck that their whole thing is they're a bar, and that's literally all the truck does is serve alcoholic beverages. But I've never seen like a burger truck that also sold beer that I can think of off the top of my head. That said, I don't frequent food trucks a lot, because food trucks around me, you know, if you go to those like locations where they cycle through them, they're usually pretty good, but just random food trucks you see out and about, they're very all over the place, where you can get some that are really good, and you can get some that you're like, I am definitely getting food poisoning right now. And I paid like $18 for that food poisoning. Alright, so we're probably done for the in-game day. And we did go late enough that I'm not really going to be able to do a run for supplies. But if we were out of something, you'd get a warning up here being like, or it'd be down here. You get a warning being like, such and such is low on cups of coffee. Such and such is out of cups of coffee. So we don't have any warnings, so we're not that low. Let's run up over here. We can clean up the floors. So one thing we'll probably do in-game tomorrow is in not too long I'm going to want to expand my staff. That way I don't have to do the trip back here. Oh, I should check the inventory. How are we doing on that? Yeah, so those are all topped off. Yeah, we're good on everything. When I get the shelves, it'll be a lot easier to inventory management. And then later on, you'll get a headquarters and all that stuff. All right. So I got 1,100 bucks. How about a uniform, maybe? How about you go fly a kite? That is one of the only things that I haven't... I'm wondering if they streamlined it. I didn't like in the previous ones that I was messing it with, is the uniform thing. Because it was you had to go and every time you hired someone and manually set them to wear a uniform. Because it wasn't a big deal. But it's just kind of annoying to have to do it each and every time. Alright. So I need restroom parts. So I need a bathroom stall. Oh, these aren't the ones for sale. That's like the actual bathroom. Alright, hang on, wait a second, my bad. A uniform locker is 2,000 bucks? Look, man, you're not getting uniforms. It's not happening. I'm guessing they don't have restrooms here? That we can buy, I mean? That's fine. It'll be the other place on the other side. Yeah, let's see if we can't get the restroom and sink set up. The storage shelf, I need more money. But little by little, our copy place is coming together. Yeah, every business you spin up, the speed at which you can spin up another business gets faster. It gets really wild when you got like 8 or 9 or 10 businesses going, because you get to the point you literally just go, I'm opening a business and it's full. Well, that's another YouTube subscriber for you. You love watching this game. You love your long form content. No problem. I'm glad you enjoy it. Yeah, unfortunately the long form content like this doesn't really do well on YouTube these days, which that's fine. Where do I get the bathroom? Because that's the actual bathroom. That's not the thing I go and I buy. Okay, well I'll leave this here. Maybe the Ica or whatever it is? You're also enjoying your oxygen not included as well? Yeah, no, I'm not sure how far we'll go with the oxygen not included this run. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Just because I already did a decent amount of oxygen not included on this version, but, like, definitely we have, for example, Clive's coming out with their survival oxygen not included game. I'll definitely get some time out of that. And then usually each time they come out with a DLC, I'll usually do a decent amount of run through. It is unfortunate that, you can't really play to like end game and finish oxygen not include like a full playthrough unless either you're a first time player or like that's your thing. On the platforms, people drop off pretty hard in that game because it's just you get to mid game and people can't figure out what the heck is even going on. It's a really tough thing with that. And it's not strictly an oxygen not included issue. There's a lot of those games that as you scale up, it gets harder and harder for people to make heads or tails of what's going on the screen. But that's a content creator perspective, like a content creator issue, not play the game issue. Because play the game, you're along for the entire ride because you did it. Alright, do you have... So I need a modular sink, and I need a bathroom stall. I'm not sure where we buy these. I would assume it would have been one of those other businesses, but I didn't see them. If we don't spot them here, we'll go back to Anderson again. And maybe I overlooked them because it's a very real possibility. Alright, so that's starting to be a bit annoying. So I kind of wish this did highlight where you find them. And maybe it did and I accidentally cleared it. So like maybe purchase storage shelf, bathroom stall, and modular sink from Anderson or whatever would be nice. Check this again. 'Cause this is where I would expect it to be. It's just up here one more block. Be Anderson's to have it. Okay, jewelry stuff. Your general checkout stuff. Exit signs and all that. You have your storage shelves. You got your tables and all that. This is the actual bathroom, not one for sale. Restaurant things, that things, employee lockers, changing rooms, various borders and all that. Where do I buy the... Alright, let's approach this differently. So let's drop this off. Let's grab our phone. Because what I can do is furniture and all that. Appliance store, call. We're currently occupied, call later. Call. How may I help you? I would like to have a delivery. And if we see that they have it listed here, we know they sell it. Modular sink. They do have. But I didn't see the bathroom stall thing. Okay, it's not in alphabetical order, unfortunately. Nor do I see a search option. So they do have the modular sink. You can also look at the map and check their inventory. Maybe I could... I'm not aware of that, but I could definitely check to see if that is a thing. Yeah, so I see a modular sink, but I don't see any of the rest of the stuff for the restrooms. Alright, so let's check this this map idea, because I'm down. Open Bizman. Browse store inventory. Okay, trash, this, gates, restroom. Okay, so you can do it this way. So yeah, this one is not listing that stuff. So we'll go here and remove the delivery thing, rented by you. Let's see, appliance store, furniture store. Open Bizman, check inventory. It's not there. Furniture store down there. Open Bizman, check inventory. Nope, that's all office furniture, not even anything we're really looking for. Got another one down here. Essential appliances. Okay, you got speakers, coat racks, decorative stuff, weights. Cameras, modular sink, bathroom stall. Okay, so that's where we need to go. So let's set that as our destination. Is there a subway entrance nearby? I should mark those on my map. Okay, let's work our way down to the subway entrance over here. We can take the subway across, unless I see a taxi. And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to, Lithoral. Sorry, Litholor. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and what's up, but thank you again so much for the gifty sub and all that. Alright, so let's go in here. First thing I'm going to do is find the manager and sit down with the manager for 2 seconds. That way, if I have to order stuff in the future, I can just do so. Cool. Alright, so this seems like it's kind of like Anderson, except the types of shelves they have vary a bit more. So, let's pop in here. I got 1,000 bucks to my name. Bathroom stall is 2,000. Okay, you can have a sink. Do you want more in the sink? That's too bad. You get a sink. That's what we're handling today. We are adding a place for you to wash your hands. You want a place to do other stuff? That's too bad. And in the meantime, I am not hiring a cab because that cost us 100 bucks to get her across town. Okay. Now, tomorrow are the days... Tomorrow is the day I need to be working it myself. So what we might actually do here is when I get my next 500, well actually what I might do is I might contact, let's see, actually do this. Contacts. Let's go to our hiring ones. What we can do for? Alright, mostly ethical brews. I would like a customer service person. I'm willing to wait 10 days for this person. I would like a full-timer, 1 candidate. Thank you. And I would like a new campaign. I would like to do mostly ethical, cleaning, full-time, and I am willing to wait 10 days. Because in this particular case, I need to save my money. Imagine you're rushing to a store because you're traveling and you really gotta go. You get there, and there's only a sink. It's a nice sink, but only a sink. So you gonna bring the cart back to the store? No, this is New York City. It's okay, I'm only taking it like 12 blocks away. It's not that big a deal. They can just send their cart persons. And their cart person to bring it back. The squatter's rice, that's not in any way applicable here. That's when you poop in the sink. And the staff would absolutely hate everything. It deserves so much better. That was, my very first job was being a grocery store, like, just, I can't remember what the official title was, but it was a mix of, you know, stocking, bag boy, and cashier. Granted, I didn't do that much stocking, it was usually the other two. But, there was a day that someone had gone into the bathroom and had taken poop and, like, wiped it all over the walls and everything, you know, people being utterly unhinged. And they're like, you know, this is minimum wage way back then, so it was like $6 and some odd cents. And they're like, you need to go in and clean that up. And I was like, no. The answer's just no. Like, I'm sorry. $6-something, the answer's no. That's actually what happened, is I did end up quitting, because it was only like a summer job. And the particular manager on hand that time was making a big stink that's like, no, you have to do this. I'm like, no, I don't, and I'm not going to. It's like, I read my employee agreement, what's involved there. There ain't crap in here. You have an actual janitor, and they might not be working right now because you don't have people working enough to handle these things. But the answer's still no. Like, this is This is way outside of what's acceptable for this. And I mean, like I said, it was a summer job. And pretty much at that point, we're talking like summer was going to be ending in a matter of single-digit days. So it's just like, yeah, nah. That's not a thing I'm dealing with. It's like you can go in there with your making $20, $30 an hour and take care of that. Is it something you think is below you? Sure. But at least you're paid enough to maybe make an argument. That's about right, Rual. Places where you live either lock their bathrooms or shut them down entirely. Yeah, no, that was a grocery store. The bathrooms are always usually available. It's just, like I said, someone either they were like a prankster pranking, or someone was having a, you know, a whole thing. You know, whether it was they, you know, were having a mental health thing or some type of crisis, whatever was going on, doesn't really matter. But the point is, you got a janitor. Janitors get paid, you know, a decent bit more than I was making. And there's a reason for it. They gotta deal with that crap. Quite literally in that case. But for like $6.25 or whatever the heck it was an hour, nah, man. The answer's a hard no. Sorry, health and safety, you've had training for cleaning products and sanitary safe practices. Yep, nope. I was like, I didn't say that at the time. You know, me nowadays would be like, hey, I haven't had the, you know, the necessary training to handle this. You're going to need to bring in one of your janitors to do it because they've had the appropriate training. Okay, so let me guess. What are you? You're probably complaining about toilets and or the ambiance. Okay. I want to see what your complaints are. Because they were complaining, and there's plenty of things to complain about. Yeah, they're complaining about a lack of toilet. Alright, the downside though is that toilet's like $2,000. Heard you say the name of your business already a few times, and you just now realized it's called Mostly Ethical Brews? Of course. It's mostly ethical. Alright, so first, I need to eat. It's kind of a running gag when I have to do, like, you know, we'll play something like Planet Coaster, and it'll be like, you know, mostly ethical entertainment or whatever, or mostly ethical parks. Play Planet Zoo, like mostly ethical zoos. And it's always a fun naming convention to go with. Sometimes you gotta get creative because you can't quite fit the whole name in there, like it'll be very restricted on how many characters you have. So then I might do something like ethical-ish zoos. Several bathrooms near you now require a code to get in, or employee assistance to pain. Especially in emergency. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with that. That is something I have certainly seen over the years. Where you gotta go bother the employee to get the key, and it's got like this big giant lanyard on it or whatever. Okay, so paper bags we're low on. Okay, so let's get a box or two of paper bags. Oh right, I told them they could have up to 10 days to get a person, which is probably way longer than I want to deal with it. But we only work the floor on the weekends. Alright. We only work the floor on the weekends. That's just because they rebalanced it all. And I think it's good that it's rebalanced the way it is, because it definitely feels like I'm able to make really good money. But for the early game, it's a little rougher. And I'm familiar, like, that used to be, for here in the U.S., and I actually don't know where you're located off the top of my head. You probably told me before, or implied, or whatever. There's a lot of people who remember. But yeah, like, it was always gas stations were the ones that, like, gas stations or, like, really, really small retail places. Like, if you've got, you know, the mom-and-pop bookstore, those kind of things. Those are about the only ones that had, like, locked or code bathrooms that, you know, you'd have to go in, that'd be, like, you know, for paying customers only. I've also seen when you're in, like, really big city, like, downtown kind of thing, I've seen those ones do the same thing where, you know, you're in Oregon? Oh, gotcha. It could be things I just haven't paid attention to before. I haven't run to that. Oh, those are donuts. I haven't run to that too much myself. Yeah, so you can get another box of cups of coffee and another box of paper bags. Yeah, I haven't run to that one myself. Now, granted, that would be, again, gas stations and all that. Most of the time when I'm traveling to Oregon, the vast majority of times, I'm just hopping on the light rail from the airport to downtown Portland, because when I've gone there for conventions, it's always been that area where the light rail is just perfectly located for that. Or for when I'm visiting family, they've either A, been able to pick me up at the airport, or B, I take the light rail to them and I just got to go a block to pick me up if they're doing that, or I have to walk a block or two to hit the hotel or whatever. I really like the light rail in Oregon. I found that to be very convenient. Which I've had people talk all sorts of doom and gloom, but it's almost always people not in the area kind of thing. It's the same thing. We had the conversation about it where you'll have your you know, friends who listen to certain news. I won't elaborate on that because that's not the point of the conversation. But they'll, like, catch on the news and they'll be like, "Oh no, there's this big, you know, there's rioting going off. It's all sorts of horrible. You know, be very careful." And you'll be, like, right in the center of where supposedly everything's going bad, and you're, like, looking around going, what are they talking about? Because I had been working at downtown Orlando at the time, and I happened to have been, like, right across the street from the courthouse as, you know, oh, what was the name of the place? It's only a place that do, like, wraps and all that, trying to eat healthy and whatnot. And I happened to be, like, across the street from it, and, you know, I was getting calls, or texts, not calls. I was getting texts from family members being like, be safe, you know, there's this big court case going on, I hear there's rioting going on and all that stuff, just, you know, stay away from the courthouse. And I was like, took a picture of the courthouse from across the street, and there's like one person with a sign there who's just sitting on a chair. Nothing else going on at all. And it was just certain television channels were taking footage from a riot that happened in a completely different state years prior, where a car got torched, and they took, like, every possible angles of the car burning, and they just reuse that same footage every single time there's anything high profile going on, and be like, oh no, they're rioting in the street. I was like, look, man, there's not even someone yelling out here. Like, I don't know where you're getting your news from, but it's not good. Because, like, genuinely, it's dead out here. But there was that, and I had the same thing happen when I was going for a conference in Oregon, that there was supposedly people were being bussed in, and there was riots and all sorts of stuff, and to be safe, and it was like, I was like, I'm only a block away from where this is supposedly happening, and man, it's like, don't get me wrong, there's people wandering around, and, you know, there's a little bit of stuff going on, but nothing violent. Like, there's people who, you know, they're doing their little chants or whatever. It's not what's being implied. We all know which channel. Yeah, but I'm not gonna say it. The point is, the story being told and the story being present are not the same. But yeah, and I've run into that one a number of times where I've been places that supposedly supposedly things are really bad, really dangerous. Like, nah. It's like, it's not a thing going on here. I've also been in places where things have escalated to be a problem too. That's a very different thing. But yeah, no, I've definitely seen the misreporting where, you know, slow news week, or it fits whatever narrative presents in areas like being utterly lawless and everyone's like scared to be there, and you talk to locals who are like, what are you talking about? It'll be interesting because you even go to people like who live in like the suburbs of the area. Would you clean this, please? Like the suburbs of the area, but not directly in the affected area, and they'll swear it's a thing also, but then again, you go to the people who live on that block and they're like, "Nah, man, slept like a baby last night. There's a whole lot of nothing going on here." Let alone waking up, there's like no torched cars or anything. Okay, so we're about out of croissants, which I'm not looking forward to. That's fine. Let's see. You're in London, which according to one country's leader is a bleak place where you all embrace your law. But yeah, no, London. Yeah, I know that's the Middle East law thing. But no, London's a multicultural melting pot, and you love it for that. Yeah, no, it's exactly. People have their narrative, and they'll try and run their narrative to whatever garbage they do. It's just, you know, unfortunately, especially, and this isn't, you know, news bad. It's unfortunately a lot of television news. It's all about getting advertiser ratings and all that, and a lot of them, you know, are owned by individuals who have certain outlooks that they want pushed. And so it is one of those things you do have to be careful and critical that a lot of what you're presented, you know, sometimes is exaggerated and sometimes is complete fabrication. And unfortunately, even at times when they're forced to go back and clean it up, you know, they'll have their big story that's like at their main hour for their news and all that. And when they're told by a court, it's like, no, you got to clarify that. They'll just kind of go to the article and they'll put like a one sentence that's like, this has been updated. But, you know, they're not representing it and all that. Not in the same capacity they did the first time. So there's like no real consequence. It's we've hit a point with a lot of it. It's easier to just run a story and go with it. Don't take the time to do proper fact checking. You know, they've kind of learned that a lot of people are going to watch regardless. It's clicks and money. Stop watching news and most social media because that, yeah. Well, you have to kind of go out of your way now to seek out news that actually does the work. Here it depends on the time of day or year area, a lot of factors. Crime is more common in some areas than others. Burglary is maybe the same, but it has a problem. Well, yeah, every place does. My comment was more along the lines of when it is presented that, you know, there's effectively, you know, it's just short of a war zone, and they'll even call it in a lot of the things that, you know, oh, there's this going on, or like Portland's a war zone, it's unsafe, Chicago's a war zone, it's unsafe, you know, lock your doors, like that thing, and it's always in a massive exaggeration. But yeah, every place has its crimes, every place has its bad parts of town. I'm not saying there isn't those things. My comment is more just, it gets, you know, taken way beyond the reality. Alright, so for the bathroom, I need like almost $2,000. For the shelf, I need about $1,200. I'm gonna need to go and get croissants though, which is gonna cost me about $500. But we'll be able to do another round of deliveries that'll bring in another like $600-700. So it should be able to get us going along a little ways. But yeah, my comment is more along the lines that I've just been in so many situations where I've gotten text or calls of like loved ones being like, "Hey, are you safe?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" It's like, "Oh yeah, no, I saw on the news like all the rioting going on where you're at." It's like, what? What? No, it's fine. It's like there's a homeless guy who's yelling, I guess. But, you know, they don't seem dangerous. They just seem like they're not doing so good. That they really need help and they're not getting it. I wouldn't say I feel unsafe around them, let alone that, you know, there's a mass arson event going on here. Okay, so it opens up in a couple of seconds. And to be fair, like, a lot of stuff gets exaggerated. Like, a lot of stuff gets exaggerated. Okay, so let's go over here and get the croissants. Hey, and thank you, Roxbox TV for the 5 gifty subs.
Choo-choo.
Also kicking off for Valorant to throw an extra sub on top of that, because that's still going on. The Portland's not all bad. Still, you wouldn't venture downtown because of anxiety. The news makes things out to be way worse than they are. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. Most of the time when I'm in Portland, the vast majority of time, I'm downtown. Like, that's one of the reasons why when they make a big stink about that, it's like, nah, man. This is the area I go to a lot. Like, and don't get me wrong, every once in a while you see someone being a little shifty, but it's not the way it gets presented. The same with Chicago. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a couple parts of Chicago that are genuinely rough. But by and large, the vast majority of the city's not that bad. Like, arguably of the cities I've been to that I would say negative things about, it'd be Vegas.
Yay.
You get off the strip in Vegas, and Vegas can get real dodgy. And Detroit, to be fair, Detroit, there's definitely 2 blocks in Detroit that I could think of that's like, nah, you don't go there. That, I don't know about nowadays, my knowledge on that is like 30 years out of date. But, from when I lived up there, there's definitely places I remember was like, nah, this is not a place you wander around. Miami's got a couple of blocks that are pretty bad that I've seen as well. That genuinely another one of those ones where it's like, do you have business being there? No, you don't be there. But thank you again for Trickle for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that as well. Means a heck of a lot. Kicking off another hype train. Already at a level 3 hype train. Yeah, and that Valorant thing is, for those who don't know, that's if you gift 5 subs, that they will toss, you know, it's a random number of subs on top of it. It can be just 1 sub. The max is 100, but the odds for 100 are exceedingly low. From what people have been doing with some napkin math with it, is on average you'll get an extra, it's like 1.12. Granted, limited sample size, so take it for what you will. And thank you, Sencha Cookie, for the 100 biddies. I appreciate that as well. Right, so we were going to go over here and do a delivery, bring in a little extra money. Now, one of the other things we could do is once we get these basic criteria up here, we'd want to expand the inventory even more, that we can add donuts onto the list. It honestly might not be a terrible idea. Let's see how much the shelf costs. Maybe we get the donuts going next. So it would be the baked goods shelf. Okay, baked goods must be the other side. Alright, let's just do our deliveries. Either way, it won't matter what it costs because I don't have the money yet. Actually, you know what we can do? I'm pretty sure it's that one. Open biz, check this. Okay, so it's 900 bucks. Yeah, because at 900 bucks, I get another shelf to put donuts on, and that would increase the amount of product we can move. Because of what we've got here, we've got the sink, but the shelf is 1,200 and the bathroom was, I believe, 2,100. And then on top of that, we could use an extra table, an extra set of chairs, which is about 900. I still need to decorate the place, which I think will actually cost us, you know, a couple thousand more. Like 2,000 more or something like that. And they definitely made the early game, getting your first store set up, they definitely prolonged that part. I'm okay with that, though. I think that's good. Like I said, the previous times I played, you'd set up your first store, and literally within, like, a day or two, you could have it staffed and all that sort of stuff handled. Okay, so hand truck, so painting and wardrobe. Get in the vehicle. All right. Families fall asleep. Don't it sound good? Yep. Manage. Modern shelf and square desks. I will say it also means there's more value in doing this stuff, because previously you didn't have the delivery vehicles to do. The only jobs you could work is be like a cashier at the grocery store, that kind of thing. And very genuinely with that, it was just one of those things that you could do it, but you didn't make a whole lot of money, and once you got your very first business running, you had no reason to do more. Okay, and thank you, Randall Thor, for another 5 gifty subs, and also getting an additional sub from Valorant. So thank you so much for the extra ones there. I love that username, by the way. The parasocialist username, so... you don't need to get called out of work or anything like that. But just saying, that's a fun username. Like you're driving just like a real life delivery driver. I still think the most terrifying I've ever had experience riding in a car with someone, and this is including being like with a teenage friend kind of thing. Is it Broadway? Was I supposed to turn in back there? I think it's a whole big plaza thing. It is a whole big plaza thing. Alright, so I'll just park right here. Was in Rome. In Rome, it was like, do not distract the driver. We will die. Because that taxi was all over the road. None of the laws mattered. Everything was a suggestion and at speed. Just blowing through lights, blowing through stop stuff, cutting people off. Everyone's blaring their horn, and I'm just like, this dude's gonna get me killed. I'm not, it's like, look man, I'm not in that kind of a rush. Lanes are a suggestion, most of Italy. Yeah, like Florence is way more chill, but man, that taxi driver in Rome was like, my god, this dude's gonna get me killed. Like, don't get me wrong, I've been a couple other places where I've had taxis that were pretty aggressive. I mean, another one was, it was a shuttle to an airport, so like, not a taxi, but you know, like the not quite bus that has some place for your luggage and everything. I had one of those, I'm like, this guy's gonna roll this thing. Like, I could feel this thing practically getting up on 2 wheels on some of these turns. Someone needs to not let this person drive anymore. Because it's not even like a taxi where you're getting paid by the fare. This is an hourly employee. Alright, so we made $300, no tips. So let's run over here, and I'm gonna go to my competition's coffee shop. And what is your cheapest food? Give me a French fry, please. Oh, you have a whole line. It really is like an IKEA. Except they don't have meatballs. Also, supposedly this is a coffee shop, and they're doing French fries and hot dogs? I mean, I don't think it's like a bad thing, And they have ice cream, which I can actually get on board. Honestly, coffee and ice cream seems like a reasonable business choice. Get your ice cream, start to get some brain freeze, chase that with a coffee. Alright, we'll do another delivery for another like $300-ish. Now, we did set it up where I am hiring some employees so that I will no longer even have to work at the coffee shop during the weekend. And then my plans are also to increase my hours at that stage. So hand truck, expensive flowers, cheap flowers, and a bag of carrots. What kind of store are you running? You're a coffee shop. What kind of coffee shop are you? This is so fun, you forgot you were playing Minecraft? Oh, wait. Manage. Hand truck frozen food. Oh, we only have 40 seconds left in this delivery. Yeah, weirdly, occasionally we get these deliveries that have like no time at them. No, wait. We're gonna do this, we're gonna have to just run it. By the time I get in and out of the vehicle, it'll be too late. And thank you so much for that hype train. I'll read off all the stuff in a second. Okay, for the level 4 hype train at 52%, with 13 gifty subs and 200 biddies, so thank you so much for all that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. I really couldn't do this without all that support, and so thank you so much. You know, it's never an obligation to support the channel in that way, but it's always appreciated. But very genuinely, I do this, and yeah, there's a little ad revenue and whatnot, but like the subs and all that really make the difference. Very genuinely, even if I, like, for example, if I didn't have the 60-40 split, it would be really hard for me to be able to keep doing this. Which, for the record, I think I mentioned it the other day. I was actually looking, I think I mentioned it on Discord the other day. I actually went to check how much longer I had on the 60-40 split before I had to start doing like my plus push and all that. Only to come to realize we have hit what I've needed for the 60-40 split every single month until August, which we were shy by a single point, a single sub. Which that is not me complaining, because that means I don't have to think about it till August next year. So that's pretty fantastic. So, you know, thank you so much for everyone who's kept that going, because I was expecting us to have fallen below it, you know, like the month after I did my push. And so for that to have been maintained that whole time is absolutely amazing. I do know at some point I want to try and do the push for the 70-30 split, but I kind of want us to be most of the way there. Like, to be pulling, you know, 200-ish sub points on its own before I start pushing, because I don't want to do that push way before that, because, you know, it'll be like just too much harassing people about it that very genuinely I could see it becoming obnoxious and all that. And it's not worth, I mean, it is worth it, but it's not something I want to chase away viewers from that. Because getting an extra, you know, 10%, you know, revenue of every... Because basically, for those who don't know, normally a creator gets 50-50 between Twitch on subs. You know, a little bit of exceptions where stuff like Tier 2 and Tier 3 get a higher rate. But generally, Tier 1 subs, it's 50-50 split. Once you hit enough sub points, it becomes a much better split. Okay, we're good there. You're on 2 out of 3 months now with 60-40. So it is in grasping distance for me. Gotcha. And you're counting the month that, all right, well, I mean, it would be the month that is over now. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Yeah, no, absolutely get it. That's actually one of the things I would worry about with the 3-month continuous thing. That's one of the reasons I really wish Twitch did it differently, because my fear is someone would be putting in the time, they would get to, like, you know, 2 out of 3 months and then miss that last month. And that's, like, say that's demoralizing would be an egregious understatement. The level of demoralizing that is. I've known a couple of people who did that, and genuinely, they were just like... We had one of them literally stop streaming. Like, it was just too demoralizing. That isn't me wishing on that. You got this. But it is a thing I wish it was like 3 out of 5 months you have to hit the number versus 3 in a row. Because at least 3 out of 5 months, if you missed like just one too many months, it would be a sliding thing. So you'd have to kind of miss it continuously. Or 3 out of 6 or whatever. I do wish it had a little bit of wiggle room, because it's also those things like, for example, if you're doing your push, but then you have like, you're planning to go to TwitchCon or something like that, and realizing you're gonna probably fall short, then it can lead to unhealthy practices for yourself of not taking the time you need away from stream and all that. I do wish they were a little bit more flexible on it. Granted, realistically, if you're that close, you'll probably end up making it happen, but still. Okay, so I got $1,000. So, oh, hush about the uniform thing. So we could try to get the donuts set up. And I think we do that. I think the donuts will increase our income. So let's try and make that happen. You like the way Drongo approaches? Lining up his push with September makes it a lot of sense. Yeah, the catch is a lot of people give a lot of gifted subs, and those don't count, and so it can weirdly complicate things. I think it's a good idea, though. I've tended to do it kind of on the opposite. I just tend to do it when it's going to be expiring. Oh yeah, I don't get this thing here. I get it from their place. When it's expiring, and so for me that's ended up historically betting like around spring. But now for next year, with it expiring, it's going to be summer since I have to do 3 months to make it happen. Which I think is fine. Yeah, no, I think it makes sense with September. To try and have either the first or the last month be September. It's not a bad plan, because then it'll also be a thing that you can predictably know when you need to redo your push. Imagine it's gotta feel good when you reach the point. You couldn't do tier 3 without September? Yeah. I imagine it's one of those things when it comes to the push. It's got to be nice when you hit that point where you don't have to do something special for the push, that your channel's just reached that point that the push can kind of happen on its own. That's got to be incredibly relieving. I mean, that's kind of how I feel with the tier 1 now that I've got it, where people have been supporting enough that I haven't had to make a thing out of it. I know at some point I'm going to need to do the push for the tier 2. We'll get there. It takes time. Oh, don't place that yet. So right now, this will drop the box here. And now let's run over to the wholesale supplier. And we will grab a box of donuts. If we can afford it. If we can't afford a box of donuts, then we'll do a delivery so that we can afford a box of donuts. In fact, slight change of operation. Let's do the delivery so that we know we have enough money for a box of donuts, maybe 2. That way, tomorrow in game, the donuts are officially on the stuff we sell. And in the hope that will increase our revenue even more. Because we're making from the store about $300 and some change a day. And then the deliveries, they make about $300 per run. Give or take a little bit depending on one, if I complete the run, and then tips and mostly all that stuff. Okay, so kettlebell, picture frame, wall radiator. I'm also really looking forward to getting those other employees. I probably should not have set them to be the absolute slowest hiring, which was 10 days. And I did that because money's been tight, so by doing it that way, I only had to spend $50 instead of $500 to hire, well, to get them to respond. Plus, I wanted to get a little bit more buffer so that our store was a bit more profitable before hiring more people. Out of concern that if I hire them right now, you know, I'll start going negative on the income on the store, which doesn't do me any good. Okay. Not sure if it's this row or the next row. I need you to go. Oh, this sucks. There we go. And make that delivery. That's not what I wanted. Okay, grab the truck. We need the multi-purpose chair, the armchair, and the basic gaming setup. Now I gotta go all the way to the other side of town to get this next one. Alright. Now that's gonna be such a relief, like, when you hit that level in content creation where it's just, you don't have to worry about it. Like, don't get me wrong, there's always the fear, threat, whatever you want to go, that you're gonna do something, alienate your audience, and, you know, lose everything you built. Like, that fear still lives. But, you know, at least you can kind of look at your channel and be like, I've got enough people here showing up that I don't need to push for subs. I don't need to worry about, you know, has my viewership been good this month? Am I going to be able to keep doing this? That kind of nonsense. Like, and this isn't me fishing money wise. It's just, you know, there's a lot of stuff you got to worry about as any type of business owner. You know, it's like no different than it being at like a restaurant or whatever. You're like, okay, things are going all right. But when you hit that margin where you're like, okay, not only things going all right, I've got enough people showing up here that I don't even have to worry about, you know, it all. Like, there's just so many people showing up that you'd have to have a pretty bad run for a while before you'd have to start worrying. And not everyone gets there. Most people don't get there. You heard they're tweaking partner qualifications? Yeah, they've done it a few times. It's been a thing that, I know there's some people upset that, like, they've done a few things. Like, it used to be that viewers that came in from raids didn't count towards partner and affiliate, and they made it so they do. And they've done that stuff. And I know there's some people who are, like, very against it. They're like, no, I had to do it when it was hard. And I don't like that mindset. Because it's one of those things that, like, that's the, hey, we're not allowed to make things better because it wasn't better when I had it. It's like, okay, I guess we just never improve anything in life. That's kind of how I feel about it. So I understand people are like, well, I had to work extra hard for it. It's like, yeah, well, now people don't have to work quite as hard to reach the same thing. I think that's fine. Getting your check mark doesn't magically change the world or anything like that. It's an important milestone. But yeah. Let's see, it was 8 streams in 30 days plus 75 average viewership. You read it's going to be dropped down to 6 days, and that was a struggle. But you've hit 6 days before, so maybe you will again. Oh, like 6... Yeah, I thought it was 6 different days you streamed. Yeah. You know, I can see that. Like, honestly, I'm genuinely impressed by anyone who can hit the numbers they need on that few of days. Because one of the things that tends to be a real difficult thing is if you don't get to stream enough, it's really hard to grow an audience. It's not strictly the hours you stream, there's a lot more going into it. But people do make it habitual. It's a nice development milestone and some extra emotes. You have a lot of emotes waiting in the wings. I need to sit down. I've had a bunch of emote ideas I've traded back and forth over the time. But I need to genuinely sit down, get another set of emotes, find a new emote artist. I've already got a couple of people I've got in mind for doing it. And get that done, as well as I'm way behind. I need to get my badges updated. I've got people who have already gotten far enough that they should have a new badge, but I don't have a new badge for them, so they got the previous badge. But it's kind of just create a block of what I want to do with them, and then also I gotta find a new artist, unfortunately. Going pro on Twitch always seems like such a headache. Well, it's a difference in anything, you know, from being business and hobby. You have very, very different expectations, very different things you need. When it's a hobby that happens to make you a couple extra bucks a month or whatever, and, you know, even if it's a decent amount more, you know, that's one set of expectations. The moment you go, okay, this is how I pay my bills now, if things, like, when you see numbers that are low, like, it's genuinely stressful. So yeah, you went part-time at work to stream 3 days a week. You don't think you can manage anymore? You'll just do best. No, absolutely. That's more my comment was I'm impressed when people can make it work with more limited time. It's difficult. Hey, the escape, how's it going? Hello from work, yep. Yeah, no, it's a tough thing. But yeah, no, it's the same thing with anything. Like, it's honestly almost all those stressors are the same as any type of self-employment. Anytime you're self-employed where you do not know, like, where your next contract is coming from, where your next whatever's coming from. And thank you for the shout out for Treacle. Treacle's an absolutely fantastic creator. Someone you should definitely check out. I forgot we hadn't shouted you out yet today. But definitely something to check out. Plays a lot of RimWorld among other games similar to that. So definitely good times over there. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things, like any type of self-employment. Like way back I used to run a company that would do network installations and computer repair. Like I started the company, it was my company, I ran it. Like it was my own business venture. And now granted at that time I was pretty young, so I didn't have much in the way of bills. And because the company didn't need a lot of infrastructure, that helped a lot. You know, versus where I'm at now in life, and, you know, I got bills to pay. You know, fortunate I don't have a lot of debt or anything like that. But, you know, at the time, my only real bill was my cell phone. And then later on, I would also have, like, apartment rent. Okay, and we will select donuts. Oh, it already pulled the donuts out of the box. That's weird. Okay, I mean, I'm alright with that. Yeah, the same time is amazing when people were waiting for the stream to start. But at the same time, very pressuring. You're not cut out for that. Yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of stuff with streaming that you have to, like, you gotta be able to roll with people being absolute trolls sometimes, and, like, you deal with them, like, you ban them or whatever's appropriate for the action and all that. But, you gotta be able to kind of just not let that get to you, because it very much will derail streams. It's a very big problem. Alright, so we got ourselves a bit more inventory. We're not gonna see that reflected in today's profits, because obviously I just set it up, and the store's already closed for today. And low-key, if you're going to bed and you're super hungry, don't bother eating. Because the being hungry lowers your energy to cause you to pass out. So if you're recharging your energy, you just wake up and immediately eat in the morning. And it didn't cost you anything. Okay. So I made $400 yesterday, so love to see that. Okay, so things we still need to do. We still need a toilet. We still need an actual, like, supply shelf. The interior design, if I was going to do that... I think that's per tile. So if I was going to go over here and do this wall, that's like 2,000 bucks. So... we got a lot of stuff in that kind of department where I have a bunch of stuff we need to do to keep happy. Oh, we still have the bonus from walking in the park all those days ago? Okay, I thought that would have worn off by now. Alright, so let's see if we can't manage to get like the 2,000 bucks. You know what's one thing I'm gonna do here? I know what I'm gonna do. Where's my car? I generally, like, I'm not going to use this vehicle for anything. Even when it comes time to open a warehouse for delivery, we'll get a different vehicle. So sell. 2,000 bucks. Done. So we have sold our car for the express purposes of buying a toilet, which is a really weird vibe. So I need to go down here, I believe it was. No, it was... there. Okay, it opens in an hour. That's fine. We're gonna go ahead and take the subway over there, because we're not in a huge rush. That's kind of a sad reality. The car we were given, a perfectly functional car that is vaguely like a Honda Accord or whatever in this game, that we sold it, and it's actually slightly less than a toilet. Okay. I was curious if I was allowed to play basketball. There's a lot of stuff like that you can go to the gyms and all that and work out to keep your character happy. Yeah, so our happiness has just dropped off to nothing. And that boils down to we got wet. And so while we do have a bonus making us happy because of our revenue, we have a penalty that's making us sad because we got wet. Alright, bear with me, chat. I'm going to take 2 seconds to stretch my legs and all that, and I'll be back in just a minute. Just need to use restroom and all that. But thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a minute. Okay. Yeah, human. You wanna pass? I'm sorry, this is private property. That smell. Can't resist. Give me that. I going to admit I didn't know you could just catch void mayonnaise here. No tree lines. I'm getting boxed in real hard here. Okay. Let me over. Okay, cool. I don't like jumping over fences because there's always an RNG chance we trip, But that was one of those ones, it was jump over or die. Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. In hindsight, the one I probably should have done is the cow where it's like the I'm gonna have failed this like at the door. Oh, come on, just give me a tower. Figure out check. Excellent news, the wonder has been built, completed the great monument. All of us are very proud to be part of the Storge Empire. Excellent news, you did a great job. We completed all the goals in the city. We can move on to the next place and create a new city in order to expand our Storge Empire. That's good, because I was going to literally lose the next term. Great architect, I regret to inform you that I've been dismissed from management due to low loyalty. Oh, okay, I won and I lost in the same turn. Excellent, perfect. It's fine. This is the demo, by the way. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Little too ambitious with that jump. Yep, let's all right, and we're back. How's the game nowadays? It's good. I mean, it's definitely come a long way from where it was. Now it's still the same game. Like if you enjoyed what it was before and you're like, I want more of that, you're gonna be happy. If you're like, I played the game before and I didn't like it, it's more of what it is. But yeah, no, they've added a bunch. So a couple updates ago, they added rivals. So if we actually look here, there are other business owners in town that will actually compete with you and cause you grief and all sorts of stuff. You just bought it now. You've had it on your wish list for ages, though. Gotcha. It's not a bad time to check it out. But they've added automation, so you have like factories now. All right, so we can go in here. They've expanded the number of businesses you can have to include a whole lot more than it used to be. So you can see like you can actually make a nightclub with like disco and all that. Oh, that's what we need, the classic large speaker. All right, so we sold our car, and with that money, we're gonna buy a toilet. Technically, I also had to dip just slightly into my savings to, you know, help make that happen. All right, so let's get back to the monorail and all that. But yeah, no, when it first came out, like, it's a little limited on what you could do. There's a bunch of pain points in the game. And they've smoothed a lot of that up. They've been doing lots and lots and lots of quality of life patches, as well as some patches that, you know, add more functionality to the game. All right, so there's work. That's probably my close. No, that's not what I want. I think I angered it by clicking there. Okay, so Hell's Kitchen, South Station. We'll just do it this way. Oh, I can just do it that way. All right. Car equals toilet is way too fun money. It was literally the car sold for 2,000. The toilet is 2,100. So literally it was like we sold a Honda Civic, used admittedly, and they gave us a like toilet with like the little walls around it. Also go here and set destination. But yeah, so they did a lot of changes as well. Like this update, they rebalanced the they redid the entire tutorial. They rebalanced the stores, which is good because it used to be some of the ones you could just kind of print ridiculous amounts of money super fast. So they kind of made it so the early game's a little bit longer, which I think is a good thing. Park. Move you like this for now. So it looks like I don't have quite enough seating. Oh wait, we're already almost out of donuts? Oh no, okay, okay. I was about to be like, but I already bought a box. How did they go that fast? It'd be a good problem to have, because you have more money. Okay, so they're complaining about the lack of uniform, which I don't care. Oh, even the staff members have to use the restroom? That's interesting. I mean, it makes sense for, like, realism and all that, but I was kind of surprised that they even bothered to do that. Now, okay, and when they're using the restrooms, it seems like the customers walked out. So the things we still need to do is we still need to decorate the place. I still need a storage shelf. I still need to, where were they going before? Don't worry about it. It's fine. Hey, where's that from? Yeah, so they're all upset about the lack of uniform, which I really don't care. Okay. So while we still got energy, let's run over here. Let's do a delivery. I've been honestly debating, because I believe we can walk in and get a part-time job. Okay, so I can't get one there. But, I would like, it would be an interesting way of playing this instead of like running around and setting up your businesses all day. Like, literally just work at the part-time job and set things up at night kind of thing. I mean, you'd still have to call the places to get them to deliver stuff, so you'd have to do that during the day. But I could see that being a very comical thing to just work your part-time job, and meanwhile you're the CEO of like some giant corporate conglomerate or whatever. Your holdings are bigger than the company you work for. I appreciated this phase of the game where you could get to the point where you're like in that awkward thing where you just end up fast forwarding a lot. Because you have deliveries and they're paying at least enough to be comparable to what you're making from your company at this early stage, it gives some reason to do this. Whereas before that was just not the case. Now later on, there's like kind of where you get to like the mid game is where things get a little awkward, because you're making enough money that you kind of just run out. You do stuff to get your character happy, and occasionally you do a run for groceries, but otherwise it's like setting up a new company. You get on the phone, you know, get with the people who like can do the entire layout, and you just basically kind of slot in an entire finished business. Oh, another thing they added with this one, I don't know, do you actually do it from here? No. Maybe? No. They do have it where you now have a blueprint editor. So you could sit there and pretend you have like limitless money and perfectly design the space to what you want it to ultimately be. And then with that, you then know everything you want to do for your setup. How do you see what store sells what easily? So you just got to start with your pump near fridge. So what you can do is pull up Google Maps. Now, you'll have like your appliance stores and your furniture stores, and you can toggle those. And so if you click on one of those stores and you choose Open Bizman, they'll have a little browse the store inventory and it'll list everything here. Part of it is then just getting being around the city to know your way around. You'll learn that's like, oh, here's the furniture store, and like here's the furniture store that carries just like regular furniture. Oh, here's the furniture store that carries your basics for a business. Oh, here's the furniture store that carries like your clubbing stuff and all that. You will just kind of have to learn it. Ultimately, the way a lot of that works is you just end up wandering around town looking for stuff. But once you find the store once, you just know it. Okay, so this is the round table, painting, and carpet. Yeah, I was actually surprised they didn't specify the buildings. I vaguely remember, I want to say the old tutorial, they had a couple places that they specifically send you, like, I mean, they did send you with the first one, they did send you to the the one supply, but it's like immediately after that one, all the rest of them, they kind of left you to just figure it out. And like the apartment, that's new to the tutorial. You didn't used to have to furnish your own apartment, it was just already furnished. As far as like your basics. But yeah, there's a handful of stuff. The other good thing they do is where they start you, they put you by like 3 of the furniture places, so you kind of have all of those right nearby. Okay, so we can drop this off. That should give us an extra $300-something. And then the storage shelf is $1,200. We'll get that next. So I can get all the boxes off the floor because it'll make it easier to manage inventory. Okay. But yeah, no, the tutorial just got a rework, so there's going to be a couple of places that's got some shortcomings, I'm sure. I'm probably not going to catch some of those shortcomings because I've already played the game a bunch of times. So I just know my way around the existing part of the site. Now, granted, some of it's changed. Like the Ica or whatever building, this building's totally changed. It used to have an opening here that you walked into. There wasn't a coffee place on the corner and anything like that. They've got a couple more open plazas that weren't there before that I've seen already. They did move some of the furniture around a little bit because they added restrooms and they made room for that. So let's see what kind of money we make with our first day selling donuts. Pop in here real fast. Give it another cleanup. Then we're gonna be hungry, but that's fine because we'll go home, go to bed, and we'll eat in the morning. Okay. So we still have more than a full thing of donuts. More than a full... Yeah, so we're good on everything. And eventually we will set up buy orders and all that, where literally I won't even have to look. We can just run and it'll like just handle itself. You can get to the stores to be completely and utterly fully self-sufficient. Oh, that's cool. We're making almost $700 a day now. Love to see it. That is enough for us to get the shelf. And then the only thing left for the current objective with that moved over will just be getting the, the appearance of the store high enough. Alright, so we need the internal storage shelf. So let's grab you. And I'll just have to see what all I'm going to need to, what I'm going to need to get the interior score up to 20%. Most likely we're going to be doing some messy piecemeal of cleaning up the walls and all that. Alright, so place the box here. Alright. So now we need to increase the decor to at least 20%. So we're going to start with this, and I'm not going to be able to afford nearly as much as I'd like. So I'm going to go 1 tile. And that's what I could afford. That one spot right there. So we can go run down here, do a delivery, and then we'll do another 2 tiles, and that might be just enough to get our interior score to 20%. Because it looked like it was already at 17%. Hey, Lucky Chimera. What's good? I mean, I'm enjoying the update to this, Big Ambitions. They also rebalanced the game to make it a bit harder. Just the money-wise. Like, I kind of made the comment a couple of times that normally, by the time I played this long on a stream, we're sitting on, like... I'd probably be at the point of getting my headquarters starting to be set up. I'd probably have... I'd be on that, like, little trifecta of getting the warehouse, the headquarters, and all that set up. I would have, like, 2 or 3 businesses that were running themselves that I'd be getting to the point where... doing the deliveries to restock them would start be getting a little cumbersome. So you'd be working on automating that. Alright, so hand truck. 1, 2, 3. Alright. What did the update add? Like, 1, it completely redid the entire tutorial. 2, it added, like, delivery things you can do for, like, a job. So instead of just, going to the local grocer and working the register when you're not working your own companies, they added that. They added an entire new part to the city where it's got a bunch of warehouses for doing manufacturing. They did a major overhaul on how the rivals work so they're not utterly incompetent. And a bunch of stuff like that. Okay, so you have the wardrobe. But it's kind of funny, IKEA, right? Clearly IKEA, and also has a second word, which basically means living space. ish in Sweden. Big updates. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, Big Ambitions has been pretty good about having pretty decent updates fairly periodically. Can manage the store. Okay. One of the things they do want to see more of, and they've added a bit of, is when you get to that late stage where you're kind of just slapping up businesses real fast, giving the players more things to do around town, unrelated to actually running the businesses. Because you do hit a point where you'll get enough money that you can open up a new business like every single day. It gets like, that's your late game. And so having more things to kill time, because they've got like the gambling boat, which is I believe only Friday evenings. They've got some like mini games I believe they had in the park and all that. But that's kind of the late game where a lot of people tend to fall off, is when you start automating away a lot of stuff. Okay. So that should give me enough that we could potentially get our interior score up to 20%. We'll still want to continue to expand and build up that store to get it fully kitted. Because like I said, I'm willing to bet we'll be able to push to 1,200-ish, 1,400-ish a day from that store if I can get it properly set up, would be my guess. And you can imagine with that, where setting up a new store, period, probably runs you 5, 6, 7, 8, 10,000, all depending on what you're building. The coffee shop that I chose is a particularly expensive one to set up. But once we get that all done, you know, we can get to the next store, set it up, get it all working. Right, so I was going to go in here and go to interior design, walls, I can't afford another tile. I need one more tile for it to work. Maybe it's just me, but so much the whole maybe uniform bothers me. Also because real life me is also someone who, when someone makes a stink about, you know, oh, that person's not dressed professionally, and it being like, you know, someone working as a cashier or something like that, it's like, come on, man. Like, it's one thing if, like, it's unsanitary, their clothes are dirty, obviously, but the expectation that people need to dress up in a uniform, man, it's like, this just feels like you're just trying to flex on someone who, you know, is working one of those roles to, like, you can kind of just be mean to them. Because it's like, I get it when it's like you're in a retail store or whatever, and you need to be able to identify, you know, the people walking around the department for who is and isn't working there and yada yada. But the person standing behind the register, you can figure it out. Like, I understand, like, a name tag, sure. Nah, that's fine. It's fine. But there's just part of me who just every time they're like, a uniform would be nice, so like, no, I want to be able to have a policy that, like, my business doesn't do uniforms. And I shouldn't be penalized for it. That said, we're going to absolutely give them a uniform that's going to be hideous. Because that's what I do every run. It is a little trolly that they did make it so the thing to make it so they could do their uniforms costs a bunch of money. Which is assume is because what you'll do is you'll buy the thing as part of the tutorial, and then it'll have you set the uniform through that. And that maybe, instead of where it used to be, you know what I bet you it was? Because it used to be you'd set the uniform on every individual, which was a little obnoxious. I'm willing to bet it is you set the uniform at like the little uniform cart thing, so it's once per business you set up and you never have to think about it again. That's probably exactly why they did it that way. So that mechanically they still had uniforms, but they made it a little bit less laborious to deal with. Okay, so it's looking like these places are pretty spread out. And you do get a lot of other vehicles like than this. So people saw me from the very beginning driving around the little Honda Civic vehicle that they give you to start with. But you can get the muscle cars, you can get those trucks. You can get the big delivery vehicles. I think the only vehicles you can't get is you can't get like the ambulance, the cop car, and that kind of nonsense. Hey, the recruitment calls are coming in. So that we can get employees. So we can expand our store hours and make it so we don't have to work the weekends anymore. Okay, hand truck, you want the carrots. Oh, we gotta go real far on this one. Hang on, hang on. Okay, we made it. I was worried about it. It's literally the corner of the map we were all the way down in. The good news is we can hire because we should get both people today. I think we'll get both people today. And we should be able to hire them, and that'll give me a cleaning person, and it'll give me another cashier. And then the idea is I would expand the store hours a little bit, and use the additional person to have the weekends covered and expand the store hours. And that should give me a little bit better, so slightly lower return on investment per sale, because of the cleaner and all that. But it should ultimately give me probably a little bit more total revenue, total profit, just because I'll have more hours for people to buy coffee. Now, the game does have the idea that there's certain hours that certain products are bought and sold more. And I don't remember the best way, like, I don't remember there being an easy way to look up, you know, this product sells best at this hour kind of thing. But that'll all be fine. No tips. Jerks. Alright. Yeah, so we got one of the people, like one of the potential employees we got called in. So let's see what we get. Well, do you think the graph now shows... Well, I mean, the store type is what matters, but yeah. I didn't notice it yet. We could check. Because you see we have here. I don't know if that's the time of... I don't think that's the time of day. No? Yeah, I think that's the date. Yeah, that's the date there. And then this is the number of customers. So that's not what we're needing here. And as far as the schedule, I don't think it shows here. But it could be one of those things that maybe it's a thing we unlock later. So let's eat some food real fast, check in on the store. Okay, so with that, so the donuts we're getting low on, but everything else is fine for right now. Oh, and we made a little bit more money. Let's get this done. And 20%.
Great, things are looking better already. But there's always more we can upgrade. Say, let's improve your employees as well. I mean, after all, they leave a lasting impression on your customers. So let's make sure it's a good one.
Okay. So we need to train employees. So let's see what we got going on here. So we got another cashier. Alright. This is our cleaning person. We can hire them. And so we can go to our schedule. Alright, so let's grab you. Try dropping it down to 6 every day. Just as needed. Cool, so we're good there. Cool, so we've got the cleaning person assigned. These should have a yesterday option on the customer's graph. Oh. Yeah, no, I could definitely see like things going on there. That'd be nice. We have the employee list as well to see who's working what hours, what their wages are, how happy they are. Yeah, no, I want to say on here, so we can also, we don't really know what the price is. We can get more inciting and all that. So customer service is terrible. A lot of the other stuff is coming along. Right now, we have a capacity of 15 customers coming in as a business limit, so I only need the one cashier to handle it, and I only need one of each shelf to handle it, so it looks like we're doing good there. So for the moment, we're going to go ahead and go to sleep. And hopefully, this next in-game day, we get our new hire. Because that's the cleaning one. Oh, it's trying to teach me how to do stuff. That's fine. We're not going to worry about that right now. Yeah, so cleaning person can take this over. And we went and looked and said we had only one box of donuts left. So probably want to get that box of donuts. And so what we'll want to do is get our inventory to be a little bit more stocked than it is right now. Because if we can manage to continue to expand our store as we've been doing, it should go a long way for getting stuff going on. We can probably do the delivery while we wait to do the donut thing. Yeah, so like this is actually where you buy a bunch of those trucks and all that. You go into the showroom and they sell a bunch of them. And then you get warehouses that you can start stocking goods and having them delivered and all that. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll hire the last employee when they come through, and we'll start training them up. Oh, I accidentally walked right past their place. Yeah, it's fine. We're here. Okay. Let's go over here. Grab the cart. And we can grab donuts. And a cup of coffee. So we can restock those. And get that back to the coffee shop. And then we can start doing another round of deliveries and all that. Because we should be making slightly less profit this in-game day from the store itself. Because we do have the cleaner we hired. So they're not going to be making me additional money, but they're going to take a task that I've been doing where I've been going in and sweeping at the end of each and every single day. Now I don't need to. They'll also probably keep it cleaner during the day, which might result in more customers, depending on how bad it escalated. But by taking that task off my shoulders, it means I could, one, do like more deliveries and all that, or when I get more stores, I have the ability to run to the additional stores to stock them, that kind of thing. And not have to worry about the babysitting the individual store. So we're freeing ourselves up to get more done. Okay, and we have restocked the shelves. In the meantime, we're waiting for that last employee call to come in. That we got our new customer service one. I expect that to be probably this in-game day. I actually don't know how long it'll be. But with that one, like I said, we'll probably hire that person and then just chain train them up to the 50% they're requesting, and then we're going to put them on the rotation. Now, the game does have a thing that as your employees get more and more trained, they will ask for more money and more benefits and all that. It's still absolutely worth doing, but it can complicate things. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yes, things I still need to do for the coffee shop is, I believe... Let's actually check real fast. I was trying to remember... That's fine. I was trying to remember... I think cupcakes might also be another thing we could sell there. I'll have to double check. But we'll want to make sure if there's anything else that's like a coffee shop good. Because I have the idea of some goods that people expect in your stores versus ones they don't. Items they expect they're, you know, practically demand. Items they don't expect, they'll buy, but it kind of doesn't do as well. So this is one that has a shorter timer to it. We want to make sure we have all the goods that we're selling there. We'll want to finish getting the floors and walls finished, because without that, you're not getting the maximum amount you can get there. Eventually, we'll want to add some marketing to, again, boost the number of customers we're getting. Alright. And then as that all stabilizes, we'll be moving into making our second business. And just like before, as you probably noticed, the profit is going up just a little bit, so it has the whole thing that like Tycoon games have, where as you make your company more and more lucrative, the faster it is to make it even more lucrative. So there is a scaling up that occurs. You do have certain things that add overhead to be kind of a tug-of-war, where you get more businesses that enables you the opportunity to make more money, but then to kind of manage it, you're going to end up needing more stuff to keep it running smoothly where it's not laborious. So that becomes overhead. But it is those things that as you get farther and farther, you are going to trend towards making more money for an amount of time. Alright, we can go here. And drop you off. I still like the idea of getting a part-time job at the grocery store and we're just running this giant empire as we're like just doing a cashier gig. Let's see, have you ever played Software Inc? If so, what are your thoughts? I have played Software Inc a couple times on the channel. I really do enjoy it. I will say it is a game that still needs a little bit more adjusting and balancing kind of thing. It's got some quality of life pains where as you get to the mid-game, it's kind of watching bars fill up and then juggling those. They do have stuff to definitely improve that. So I would say it's a good game that is interesting, but it does have some pain points still at this stage. It's also a game that you'll see like they'll push out the update occasionally, but they do seem to have a long time between updates that have something of substance going on. I've actually been low-key waiting for them to have another major update to play it again on the channel. But they've mostly had just kind of quality of life, those kind of fixes, which are important. That's how you correct those problems I mentioned where it's just bars filling up. But yeah. It's also one I want to say it ends up having some pretty rough performance once you get to mid to late game kind of thing. Alright, so run over here, do the next deliveries real fast. And I'll probably wrap it up for the deliveries and all that for the day. And then hopefully we'll get that our employee in. So we can start getting that moving. You suck. I am going to plead my innocence. I don't care the fact that everyone saw that was red. I'm going to call them all liars. And just say I had the right of way because I am the protagonist. And therefore, you know, I am in the right because I am protag. That anti-malware versus, or the anti-malware antivirus was fun, just unbalanced. Yeah, no, the one that felt bad in Software Inc. unbalanced was we decided as the first thing we were going to do, just as a meme. Maybe it wasn't the first, but one of the earlier things we did was we made an operating system, and so as a company that was a startup that had like no collateral, no anything. Took, you know, a casual, like, $million-something loan or $10 million loan, whatever it was obnoxiously big loan, and built out an operating system in 1980, or whatever year it was. It was way back, and it was just one of those things that I was like, you know what's not happening? You're not getting a loan for millions of dollars as a brand new, unproven, no reputation software company in like 1980. And we managed to make it happen. And so we had like the exclusive operating system market or whatever, and was just literally printing out millions of dollars in 1980. And I was like, I'm sorry, there's so much wrong with all of this and how software works. Because first of all, if your very first project you're gonna, you know, produce is an operating system, you're probably not gonna have a particularly successful or high quality product. Especially with, I think I had my character work on it solo? I don't remember if that part's true or not. And it was just one of those things like, yeah, you know, that's not a thing. That light was an orangish reddish mess. Blame traffic engineers. I mean, they're using red and green. They should know better. Who knows? I might have come from a place that the lights are upside down. It's only been a couple places, but I have seen places where the stoplights, instead of red on the top, green on the bottom, were either the reverse or they were sideways. And I'm like, that seems like a bad idea, considering colorblind people exist and red-green color blindness is the most common by magnitudes compared to the next one. I like that some of them have, you know, figured that out and they've started using, like, symbolism on them where instead of just red and green, they'll have, you know, an X for, like, hey, don't go. So it's a red X. Let's see, you had fun with it, but you started to get bored. You put words to my thoughts. Watching bars, can't wait for more updates though, looks cool. Yeah, no, I think it's a game that once it has more time to cook kind of thing, I think will end up being an extremely good game. But I do, one second, I do think that it is a game that does need more time to cook to like really kind of get fully invested into it. Because yeah, it does become a thing where it's just watching a whole bunch of bars fill up. I know with the project management stuff they've got going on, you can automate some of that, but either I haven't figured it out yet, or it's just one of those things that even with the project management, it's still a lot of sorting out to get that all running smoothly. I think for a game trying to be realistic about software development, it's the one that's doing the most realism. So like the whole idea that your employees can burn out, you have to manage your schedules, that you can have stuff where you're working on it, and then you know, it's not like, you know, games like Game Dev Tycoon where you just fill up the bar and you get a good result or a bad result. It's kind of like this one, you fill up the bar and you can do an iteration and be like, okay, what's the reviews look at? And you'll get these scathing reviews, and you'll sit there and go, okay, I need to like do another iteration, like this one's not there yet, it's too buggy, it's too bad. Yeah, and the marketing, right, you don't just hit the end and go, here's $10,000 for marketing. You actually have that as you go through, you do marketing as you go. Run around a quick loop, gonna get ourselves a bit more happiness. So I feel like it's doing the best job of having what should ultimately be fun and a realistic experience for software dev. It's just right now, with what they're doing and setting up the automation, I think they're going to need to be able to give you a little bit more automation and make it a little bit easier to interact with. And that's just around the idea that, you know, I could assign, like, I have this as my team that makes my audio software. They run my audio software projects. And I set them over there and I give them the project manager. Here's the product we're making, that later on they'll just kind of iterate through it on their own. And it's not until I'm like, okay, it's time for us to do the next level of this, that then I go through and make the decision, yeah, we're going to keep this library, we're going to change that library, we're going to do the next thing. I feel like that point you're making a meaningful decision. I do wonder if that will be one of those games that as you play it, and you go through, like, you do just end up getting bored. Like, I liked there was the manufacturing side of it as well, where you could print the CDs for other companies, and that was kind of cool. I like the idea of the patent trolling kind of thing. You can do it as well, where you can go out of your way to rush the patents, and then make all your money from basically making people license your patent. I did find, though, when I first played it, you could abuse that horrifically, and I can't remember, there was someone who made a YouTube series, or not series, a YouTube video, where that's what they did, is they just basically became a patent troll and used legal to make their money. And then I think they nerfed the crap out of the patents. Because they wanted you to develop software. Which, unfortunately, you know, the pendulum swung too hard the other way. And it's not that it's not worth doing at all to go after the patents, but by and large, it's pretty rough. It's hard to balance playability and realism. Yep, and I generally will say out of my considerations in games between, like, realism and graphic fidelity and gameplay and balance and yada yada yada, like competitive balance kind of thing between different choices, realism lands pretty close to the bottom of my pile. That there's very little I consider less than realism in games. Not saying realism is inherently bad, it's just if I have to choose between fun and realism, realism loses. If I have to choose between balance and realism, realism loses. If I have to choose between, you know, engaging gameplay and realism, realism loses. That's just kind of my personal priorities. So it can be realistic. It's just I'm not willing to give up much for realism. Now, games can absolutely be realistic and be fun and engaging and all those things, but there's just a lot of cases where a game will make a choice for realism. They're like, but is it fun? No. Then it needs to go. You know, games are like, oh yeah, we should have realistic crafting times for this. Okay, well, making a knife and it's, you know, it takes your character real life hours to nap the blade. No one's gonna do that. Imagine American Truck Simulator, but genuinely realistic, where you hop in the car and you're like, all right, I'm gonna be driving my truck from, you know, Tucson to San Diego. You know, strap in. It's time to be pulling like an all-nighter. Okay, so it's Saturday, so I need to work in the morning in-game. So I need to be up in time to do that, because we haven't got our recruiting call yet. Now the good news is our cleaner's still there. Yeah, so we made a little bit less than we could have. Alright. As a truck driver, you can tell you that the worst idea ever. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely a thing. Like, American Truck Simulator is a very fun game because it hand waves a lot of unfun realism from the game. Again, you know, all the paperwork and documentation and making sure, like, doing your inspection around the vehicle. Okay, you know, are the secure tags tagged and all that stuff? You know, okay, you know, does it take, like, a realistic time? Doing all that crap. And you're just like, you know what? Nah. Instead, you know what I want to do? I want to hit a button, and I back up to a trailer, and I hit another button, and then I just have a chill drive going along that maybe I have to go around something, and I get to see scenery, and it doesn't take me 12 in real life hours to get there, where I'm required to stop halfway to have a sleep and all that. A realistic truck loading times would be nasty in ETS, ATS. Oh yeah, no, I've mentioned, like, I wasn't the trucker, so I was like one of the people who helped unload the trucks and all that. And yeah, the poor truck driver, he'd back up his truck, he'd get his trailer, and you'd just be unloading all these tools and junk off this truck. And it'd take you an hour and a half because, you know, it's a lot to move. And then he'd drive off to the next place because he has to get his next load and go. Oh, you aren't using inspection, unloading, logbook? Yeah, so exactly. Just the fact that it might take you 2 hours to secure and tarp a flatbed load, yup. And then, you know, some of the securing breaks, and so you have like this whole big thing where it's, you know, you came to pick up the load, but you don't even leave with it because you can't, like, they didn't have what it needed to properly strap it down, the paperwork was bad or something. You're like, hey, I'm not going to be held liable when this, like, I'm not going to be the one they chase down when some shipment goes missing and I'm the one who is the one who facilitated the theft unknowingly. Like, it's not fun. Like, that's the not fun part. Or if you wanted to make farm sim realistic. So you'd sit down in your chair and you'd start doing farm sim and you'd get covered with every unimaginable substance of dirt from poop and everything else. Every part of your body would end up aching by the end. If you were in the tractor all day, you'd end up with hemorrhoids by the time you're done. You know, a true realistic experience. And also, you'd be doing lots of paperwork and all that to make sure you're tracking how much, you know, fertilizers you're putting into soil, to make sure you weren't putting too much, you know, to not waste stuff and all that stuff. Don't get started. Are you saying you pick up a loaded trailer and it has blown tires from sitting too long? Yeah, no, exactly. But hey, realism. With that said though, it is getting to be about that time. That's the reason I like stopped here real quick. So if you have enjoyed tonight's stream, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. I do think I'm probably going to play this again tomorrow, because I enjoy this game, and this is the thing on how much this game has changed. I'm still running my first store, and I'm having a good time doing it. Normally by now in the game, I'm working on getting my headquarters set up. So I think it's good that they've kind of extended the early game. And we are on the normal difficulty. I imagine the easy difficulty I'd get here much faster. But I do think it's good that they've extended the early game, because it did feel like you just jumped into your headquarters and it was just spinning things up as fast as you can. Whereas I think this is kind of fun to have like the gradual, like you work your store, you get it going, you get your employees to take it over, you know, it takes a little time. And then, because like once you get this thing set up and established and you get the warehouses hooked up, it runs itself. And then you just start chain setting them up. So I think it's good that's taking a little bit more time, and it is getting to be good money as time goes on. So I do think it will be one of those things that once you get the first store fully set up, it will start that gradual progression of, you know, setting up more and more stores faster like we had before. It'll be curious to see how the rivals play, because they're supposed to be a lot more competent now than when they first were introduced. But yes, I think we will probably do this again tomorrow. I had a good time with it. I also had fun doing Mars First Logistics when we started the stream. I think that was a good time as well. With that said, I've had a good time with it, so I'm going to be wrapping up the stream here. If you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for you over on YouTube. Don't forget to like and subscribe. For everyone over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. Let me go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to raid.